This is the Jason Gregor Show.
Zach Hyman back in. Gifting gears. Goes through the triangle. And the Oilers have a 4-1 lead.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Got a man going to the net, but he curls back. Here's the shot. Latino.
On Sports 1440.
And the Oilers Nation YouTube channel.
Vancouver and Edmonton to a spree. Fakes the shot. Connor Halley.
And Edmonton KUBOTA, we're going to auction off a 1-year lease on a BX23S, which is a tractor, a loader, and a backhoe. It's all in one. I'll put a picture up on Twitter, and we'll put it up on Facebook, but you can see it. It'll be very easy. It looks great. So you think about it, if you have an acreage, you got a farm, this is ideal for you for a 1-year lease, which a 1-year lease usually is valued around $8,500. Just to keep that in mind. And 100% of the proceeds today are going to go towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So on a positive Friday, if you're thinking about, this is your opportunity to kind of basically get a trial run to see if you like it, if it's good for you, and away you go. So if you want in on that, you can text in your bids 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. The Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks. Of course, the big question will be, is Leon Draisaitl going to play? I will say, if I look at a lot of the factors involved here, number one, yesterday in practice, the lines just had Sam Gagner playing center with Nugent Hopkins and Kane. Do I think Sam Gagner is going to play center if he played in game tonight? I do not. Definitely not on the second line. So to me, that looked more of a placeholder in practice. Then you add in the fact that Leon Draisaitl, usually when players are injured and not playing, they're not made available to the media. Well, Leon Draisaitl spoke today. Now, this could be the ultimate smokescreen if they wanted it, but he spoke today and said, hey, we'll see how it goes, but it's going to take a lot for him not to play, which to me seems like he's going to play. I would be, I'd be a little surprised, but we'll see. So if he doesn't play. Now, Adam Henrique, on the other hand, that's an interesting one. He's going to take the warm-up as well. He skated yesterday. He also was on the ice this morning for the morning skate. We know he was dealing with an ankle injury. Sprained ankle is what my sources are telling me. So, you know what? He got injured last Wednesday. I think they could use Adam Henrique in the lineup, no question. I think he's a better player top to bottom than what Connor Brown offers. So, you know what? He comes in, Brown comes out. I think that makes your lineup a little bit better if he's ready to go. So obviously they'll want to test it. I think if he doesn't play today, there's probably a very good chance he's going to play on Sunday in Game 3. Now, Sam Carrick's also an option if they want some more physicality. We'll see. So we don't know 100% what the lineup will be tonight, but my gut would tell me Leon Draisaitl is going to play. The Vancouver Canucks, no lineup changes. They're going to roll with the same four lines. 60 and Arthurs Sheeloffs will be the starting goaltender tonight for the Canucks. And hey, I'm telling you, the Edmonton Oilers, they need to get after him. This guy is not Shesterkin. He's not Demko. He's not Hellebuck. He's none of them. He's 23-year-old goalie. He's had some success, but the Oilers, what they score? 4 goals on limited shots, right? They had 4 goals in the first 14 shots of the game. Right? I think there's 2 of those goals he'd want back. So if you're the Oilers, get pucks to the net. And tonight would be a good time for the third line to show a pulse offensively. Now, Dylan Holloway does have 2 goals. Both came when he was on the fourth line in Game 2 against the LA Kings. Then he's been bumped up the lineup. But McLeod, Perry, and Holloway, when they play together, they have nothing. McLeod and Perry have played basically the whole playoffs together in 6 games. No goals yet. Now, the good news is they've only been on for 1 goal against. Right? So if you're not scoring, at least if you're not getting scored on, you know what? You'll live with it. But it would be a good time for Perry and McLeod. The Edmonton Oilers have 2 goals in 6 games from their bottom 6, 5-on-5. Right? Fogle scored into an empty net, not 5-on-5. And both of those goals came from Holloway when he's on the fourth line in the same game. So now, and if you look in the regular season, now depending on, if Draisaitl or McDavid were still on the ice or not, the Oilers bottom 6, 5-on-5, if you can get about 0.5 to 0.7 goals per game, you're fine. Right now, they're at 0.33. Right, so they got to get going. They need, they need to get scoring. Not only their top guys, right? Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, 5-on-5. He had the game on his stick in Game 1. He has a wide open net. If he scores, guess what? It's game over. Right? He needs to be more productive 5-on-5. So overall, look at the Edmonton Oilers. They did not have their best game against Vancouver. There were stretches where they would, I think there's lots of things they liked about their game, but there were areas where clearly they need to be better. No doubt in my mind. So we'll get to that. Sam has come in with our first bid. He's at $1,500 for the lease for the tractor. So we're off and running. A lot of text coming in, 833-401-1440 in our eWell inbox, 833-401-1440. Connor Halley was here earlier today at Edmonton KUBOTA, back at the studios now. Con man, how you doing?
Gregor, doing fantastic. Grabbed a nice burger on my way out for the road. Got my Ben Stelter Foundation wristband here with me as well. Great time down at Edmonton KUBOTA so far.
Yeah, that's true. I see it. They got the Ben Stelter Foundation is all set up here with the bracelet. So if you're looking for some good karma, Oiler fans, come on in. You get a burger, right? They got cookies. They got chips and pop and everything else, right? Come in. You can check out all the tractors they have. Also, you can make a donation, get your bracelet to the Ben Stelter Foundation. And we are at 156th Street and 128th Avenue, just north of the Yellowhead. Really easy to access. You can come in if you're coming from the north side off of 137th Ave down to 156th Street, or come in from the south side, east or west off of the Yellowhead. Very, very easy to get here. Now, other news around the NHL last night, the Dallas Stars, they're up 4-0. They gave up 3 goals in the third period, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, is this going to happen again? But they managed to hold on, and they even up their series at 1 game apiece. Meanwhile, the Carolina Hurricanes, they got swept last year by the Florida Panthers. Rod Brindamore had one of the more memorable quotes afterwards. That was the closest sweep you've ever seen. Wow. They're 1 game away from another really close sweep. Now, they are out shooting the Rangers, yes, but they have quantity, not quality. New York has fewer shots. They have more high danger shots. They have more goals, right? Their special teams has been better. Although the Hurricanes did score a huge power play goal in Game 3. But man, like if you look at Carolina, this is a team that's very good all the time, but they can't get over the hump in the playoff time. Like I do wonder if their strategy of, putting pucks on net all the time from the outside and crashing the net, maybe you got to alter that a bit. Just maybe. Because look at the Rangers. You get a few more quality chances, your chances of scoring increase. And they're up 3-0, and now the Hurricanes are going to have one of the greatest comebacks in NHL history, of course, to win 4 in a row. It's happened. Of course, Philly was the latest to do that. Also, no, that's not true. That happened in 2010. The LA Kings did it over the San Jose Sharks. Right? So it can happen. But that's a brutal start to this series for the Hurricanes. And, it looks like they're probably done. They're just going to want to avoid a second consecutive sweep. That obviously won't be good for the Canes. Tonight, of course, the early game has Florida and Boston. Lots of extra animosity in that one, boys. I love it. That'll be a nice little appetizer if you're a hockey fan before the order game. It's puck drop tonight around 8:20 Edmonton time when they take on the Canucks. Orders, of course, looking to avoid going down 0-2. Now, let's get to a lot of other texts coming in. 833-401-1440. Hey, guys, I understand and love Draisaitl, but if he's not 100%, he should be limited ice time. If he can't hit her back check, do you think someone else could go? Steve from Drumheller. Steve, I'll ask you this question. Did Leon Draisaitl perform well when he wasn't 100% in 2022? Yes or no? I think we all know the answer. He had 17 points in 5 games. He set the NHL record for most assists in a series, and it was only a 5-game series. He had 15. You know what? Draisaitl has shown. Now, I know this looks like it's a back injury, so it's different. But trust me, I will take Leon Draisaitl 80% all day, every day, over Gagne or Brown or Carrick or whoever else they'd put in. This, to me, this isn't even a discussion. Honestly, I'm not worried about Leon Draisaitl. In the LA series, when he was banged up, I still saw at times, he would back check when needed, right? He was very smart and obviously conserved his energy at different times in the game, but he wasn't a detriment to the team. If anything, he was massive for them. So, hey, boys, I'm getting on a plane. I'll be in Vancouver in an hour and a half just for game 2. Can't wait. From Ray. Ray, fly safe. Have fun. Enjoy it. Don't get any tilts with the Canucks fans. They're a little salty right now. But something tells me Edmonton is going to have a much better effort tonight against the Vancouver Canucks. Hey, guys, wasn't Draisaitl on for one of Holloway's goals? Yeah, but it was still 2 of the there was another. It was kind of, that's why I said it was a split one. But either way, I'm going to give them credit for 2 goals in the bottom 6. He played 9 minutes that game? To me, that's a bottom 6 guy. The other guys were on the ice for a shift, fine. But I'm still going to give them credit. Either way, they need more production. And not a lot, right? Not a massive amount, but they just need a little bit more production coming from their bottom 6, no doubt, specifically their third line. Coming up on the program today, we will hear from Sean Brown's going to join us live here at Edmonton KUBOTA. We'll have Spec, LT will be by, Craig Button, of course, Lori-Ann Munzer. We'll talk about, we always like to get into the, the mental side, which is always fun on Fridays. Of course, we will go around the NHL. We'll hear from Patrick Johnson from Vancouver side. Mean Jean Principe will join us. Also, Cam Tate with another 2-minute warning. We have our final entry today in Here Comes the Sun. Now, remember, today is the people who via email. Go to Gregor@sports1440.ca. Send in an email as to why you want to win it, or why you're deserving of it, or why you'd want to gift it to someone. And we will do that in the 4 o'clock hour, so you have some time, if you'd like. Gregor@sports1440.ca. And just like we do with the texters, we just do a random draw, and somebody will be the final qualifier. And next Friday, we'll give it away, and somebody's going to win a $15,000 solar system courtesy of Action Electrical, which is pretty sweet. I'll tell you that. So, but guys, I'd like to know the reason why Brown was in over Carrick. I'd like to have a little physicality in my fourth line, and I got to take a draw or two from Nathan. Well, first of all, Derek Ryan took the faceoffs, right? So you have Derek Ryan, who's a right shot guy. You don't necessarily need another right shot center on the fourth line. And I think with Carrick and Ryan, the reason why they don't want them both on the same line at the same time is I think just they're leery about maybe a little bit of lack of speed. You're right that Carrick brings more physicality, no question, than Brown, but Brown brings more speed. So, Carrick's more of a center. Could he play wing? Yeah, probably. But he's played more center. So I think we're going to kind of see if Carrick's in, Ryan's out. They seem to rotate for each other. And obviously when Adam Henrique comes back in, I expect Brown will be the guy out. Hey, guys, if they announce who's in goal for Vancouver from Spinner, yes, Shelovs is starting again. Now, the Edmonton Oilers, as I've said, man, go after that guy. I am not I'm still not a believer that this is a guy who's going to stone you. Hey, guys, this is why we picked up Perry. I can only imagine what he had to say after game one. So glad we have him with all his intangibles. Bruce in Victoria. Well, if you missed it, the orders after game one, with no coaches around, they had a closed-door meeting amongst the players. Wasn't very long, according to Corey Perry, but there was just some things said. Right now, it doesn't have to be tear the paint off the walls. It's one game, right? Like, the one thing I think you'd see from Corey Perry is there wouldn't be panic. But there are times when he says, man, we just blew a 3-goal lead. In a game, we weren't playing great, but we had a 3-goal lead with 26 minutes remaining, and we blew it. So you address it, but then you move on. And I would expect a much more consistent effort from the Edmonton Oilers tonight. I think there's lots of players who, after game one, are looking and saying, you know what? We got to be better. No question about it. So we'll get to that and more here on Sports 1440. Take a quick break. When we come back, me and Jean Principe will join us. A reminder, hey, we had a really good opening bid. We're at $1,500 today. We're auctioning off a 1-year lease with up to 100 hours of use for a BX23S tractor loader backhoe combination. Right? It's a very popular tractor. It's a must-have for any acreage or build courtesy of KUBOTA, and all of the proceeds, 100%, are going to go towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So if you want in on that, 833-401-1440. We'll take a quick break, return with Jean Principe.
Attention Edmonton, gear up for the Big Orange event at Edmonton KUBOTA, happening May 10th and 11th. Don't miss this incredible opportunity to snag great deals, plus save even more, up to $400 on mowers, $500 on utility vehicles, and a whopping $1,000 on compact tractors. That's not all. Enjoy 10% off on parts and service for a whole year. Meet the KUBOTA experts on site to answer all your questions. Ready for the big day? Visit our Facebook and Instagram pages for more info. See you at the Big Orange event.
What's cracking at Cattail? Their men's league. Play 18 holes for 18 weeks on Tuesdays from 2 to 6 p.m. Then complete the day and head to Out of Bounds, recently ranked one of Canada's top 10 in fine dining restaurants. For details, visit cattailcrossing.ca.
CW Eves Troughing is busy. That's why they're looking for experienced troughers to run one of their trucks. To get paid top rates, contact CW Eves Troughing at 780-435-1492 or email info@cweves.com.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Join Kidsport Edmonton's Bids for Kids, presented by GS Construction, June 19th, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Bell in Scona. Celebrate 29 years of Kidsport with 90s attire and courage. Tickets are $75, including entry into a mountain getaway draw. Enjoy a night of sports talk, appetizers and bevies, silent auction, 50/50, and a beer tree raffle. All funds raised support local Kidsport Kids registration fees. Visit kidsportbidsforkids.com for tickets. Event is 18+.
The basketball and hockey seasons are heating up. Baseball is just getting started, and we've got you covered with around-the-clock sports coverage. Tune in for Fox Sports tonight after 9 and all weekend long. Sports 1440 has you covered.
The playoffs are wild. We all know that. And this year, Play Alberta is making it even wilder. Make a deposit with promo code Gregor50 to snag a $50 free sports bet with your next deposit. Get ready for unbeatable promotions throughout the playoffs with 10+ odds boost on every Oilers playoff game. Score a chance to win a pair of lower bowl or even exclusive sweet tickets for an Oilers playoff game just by making a bet on an Oilers playoff game at playalberta.ca. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy, sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You know, guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well,
okay.
Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy and Cooling.
Try the new extra large New York style crispy pepperoni pizza only from Papa John's. Get you some of that crispy, curly, cuppy pepperoni on top of an extra New York-style crust pizza with creamy tomato sauce and a 3-cheese blend. This ain't around forever, so walk fast like you're in NYC and order one now. The extra-large New York-style crispy cuppy pizza for just $22.99, only at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some.
At Cross Mitsubishi, the choice is yours. No matter what you choose, the savings are huge. Get into a 2024 Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross, and Cross will match your cash down up to $2,500 with a $500 trade-in rebate and 0% financing. Plus, you won't make any payments for 90 days. Or choose the all-new Outlander PHEV, starting at $39,995. Make your choice at Cross Mitsubishi, 34th Avenue and 96th Street, or crosswithak.mitsubishi.ca.
Hey everyone, it's Brent Fullerton from Carefree RV. In recent years, we've seen a huge shift towards first-time buyers in our showroom. This has left us with a major shortage of trade-ins and used product on our lot. We are currently in need of quality used RVs. If you would like to sell or consign your RV, please call or text us at 780-438-2008 or visit us at carefreerv.ca.
Did they take cash or credit for the bid? You know? Could you go ask them?
Yeah. I'll just get us on here.
Awesome Friday continues on. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you. I am live.
There we go. A little bit better for those watching online. Now you can see us. We switched the camera angle, so there's no white behind it, so it looks a little bit better. We are live at Edmonton KUBOTA, where things look fantastic here. They are having the Big Orange event today until 7 p.m. and then tomorrow 9 until 3 for all of you farmers, acreage people. Hey, many of you, hey, you got the big backyard corner lot, maybe potentially in the city, and you're just like, need a little work done. Well, they got all sorts of tractors that are on sale, an additional $1,000 off for any of the BX, the Bs, the LX series tractors, as long as you get it to today or tomorrow. Also, hey, if you like clothing, 25% off all of the KUBOTA clothing during the Big Orange event, 156th Street and 128th Avenue. I mentioned till 7 o'clock tonight. They got burgers going, hot dogs, all free, chips, cookies, pop, whatever you like. The Ben Stelter Foundation is here. If you want to come, Ben's parents actually are both here. If you want to come and say hello, get some good karma. They got the bracelets going. If you feel like, hey, you know what, I got to do my part, I need to help the orders win, you can do it. Come down here to Edmonton KUBOTA. And also, we're doing the auction for a 1-year lease on a tractor, the BX23S. It's the combination of a tractor, a loader, and a backhoe. And just put the picture up on Twitter. Con's going to put it up on Facebook if you need to see it. It's unreal. This thing's like it's a 3-in-1. It'll do it all. So definitely for those farmers and acreage owners, this is right up your alley. Now, this one usually leases for about $800 to $8,500 a year. So keep that in mind. Currently, we're at the opening bid of $1,500. So a steal of a deal for a year if you want to help. And once again, all the money there is going to go to the Ben Stelter Foundation. All right, let's get to it as we go in the room. Brought to you by Next Gen Transportation. Heavy haul transport provider, 100% locally owned and operated, and a huge supporter and sponsor of numerous youth sports teams and charities. It's nextgentransportation.com. And of course, the host of Oilers games on Rogers Sportsnet, Jean Principe, joins us from Vancouver. Me and Jean, how you doing?
Hey, if I had a bigger yard, I'd buy a tractor. That sounds like a great deal.
You know, have you ever driven the tractor? Like, have you ever had the opportunity to run a backhoe?
I feel like I've been on a tractor at a farm, but not like a full backhoe. It is very I wouldn't call it winter like snowmobile, but there's a certain liberation and freedom
Yes.
that comes with driving something like that on a big piece of land, just out in the open in the fresh air. So I'm a city kid. Unlike, I know you're city kid now, but I mean, I know you talk often about your farm experience. So I haven't done it as much as you, but I have done it. So it's interesting to hear you talk about it.
That's good. Well, we still got the farm, Gene. Actually, we just got a new Kubota last year for the farm, so it's money. But I still have our 1973 Massey Ferguson.
Wow.
It's killer, but the new Kubota is a little bit nicer, for sure. Now, the Edmonton Oilers, of course, it's playoffs, Gene. And I wrote today that you have a better chance of unlocking the KFC original recipe than getting an extent on the injuries.
Yeah.
But Leon Draisaitl said, you know what? You were there. Kind of. What's your sense after listening to him talk? Do you think he plays tonight?
Well, unless a Canucks fan throws him in the ocean or a Canuck player cross-checks him in the back during warm-up, he's going to play for sure. You could. I guess he didn't want to say it. Maybe it's part of the gamesmanship that goes on in the playoffs. The Canucks would know, obviously, what Leon provides. He had a smile on his face, so he's going through something. We all know that. But something would have to go wrong unexpectedly from the moment we're talking now, or from when he got back to the hotel to when he is expected to warm up and then actually take the warm up. He's playing. I mean, I'll be curious to see maybe, being a centerman has it could be more taxing on you than being a winger. So coming off a game where McDavid didn't have a shot and Leon maybe is compromised a tiny bit, maybe he goes on the first line with McDavid on the wing and gets the Oilers. Not that offense was the issue the other game, but maybe it's just something to kind of spark the team after the disappointment of having that lead and then losing it.
What about Adam Henrique?
Well, that's a good one there. I mean, he did skate today. I saw him skate yesterday. I have not seen him involved in any battles, but I will back off and say I haven't also seen every minute of the practices.
Okay.
But no line rushes yesterday. Today, they took to the ice for an optional skate, and there were actually quite a few others, and that includes the recent call-ups. He was definitely on, but I didn't see anything, dump a puck into a corner and go in and battle a defenseman for it. But I had to go into the room as they were kind of simultaneous. So I would say he's, from what I can see, he's less likely, but making progress. Yeah, I would be a bit surprised if Adam is playing. I would be more surprised if Leon's not playing.
Yeah, makes sense. You look at the Oilers, and they had a very brief closed door meeting after game one, players only. Corey Perry talked about it yesterday. Speck wrote about it. How there's some things they had to say. I don't think they loved their game. Obviously, they didn't hate everything about it, but they didn't love their game, especially blowing a 3-goal lead, which just doesn't happen very often. So, Gene, we've seen this team bounce back before, but you don't want to have bounce back games all the time because it means you had a poor effort. So what's kind of your expectations when you talk to the players as far as what do they feel they need to be better at tonight?
Well, certainly I think they want to be more physical. The LA series was very physical. And again, I know I've heard you talk about it. If the other team is hitting you more often than you're hitting them, the chances are that means you've got the puck, which is, what you want. And I think that's one thing that Edmonton maybe wants to do more with. Listen, one power play in the game, it wasn't a penalty, laden game one. I'm sure they would like to draw some more penalties because of the power play that they have. And then I guess spend a little less time in their own zone. It was, it was 10 minutes away from being a game you didn't like, but could tolerate because you got the win. But it ends up being a game that you really disliked because you didn't get the win. But, I had a good chat with Brett Kulak, who I think he's a good guy to kind of gauge what's going on in the room, an important player, not considered a star player, but plays important minutes. And, he said the guys hung out yesterday and, we're laughing and joking. And I want to hear that. I know some fans are like, well, what do you mean? Like, they're supposed to be, well, you deal with it, you live with it that night, you practice the next day, you work on some things, and then you got to move forward for sure. And so I think I would like to hear something like that. Then, yesterday they wore it after the game, and now it's a new day and time to get moving forward. So I think that the Oilers will, I don't know if they can come out as strong as they did regarding getting a goal so early, like in game one, but that kind of sort of pressure, and also trying to get the crowd and keep the crowd out of the game. Rogers Place is fantastic. Rogers Arena, I mean, they've been waiting a long time for that, not just the fact that it's game one of this series, but even the previous series. So I like Edmonton's chances tonight. I would be a bit surprised if they don't come home split at 1-1, but the Canucks have something to say about that.
Jean Principe joins us on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube and Facebook. Oilers, Canucks, game 2 tonight, 8:20. Puck drop, Leon Draisaitl, game time decision. We all expect him to play. Canucks are having no changes to their lineup at all. No surprise there. But, Gene, Artur's Seelovs, is a young guy.
Yeah.
This is only like his 14th, NHL game, regular season and playoffs combined. And, I thought the Oilers, there was 2 goals that he definitely would like back. They didn't test him enough, right? Like outside of Zach Hyman, they had 4 shots, 5-on-5 amongst their forwards. Like Edmonton's going to have, their forwards are going to have to be a lot better tonight. I know they gave up 5 goals, but their forwards generated nothing. We all know they went 22 minutes without a shot.
Yeah, and Corey Perry was talking about that. I mean, he's a perfect example of someone that understands, and you talked about the post-game dressing room discussions. I mean, there's a guy that knows how to get not only himself, but the rest of the team involved in a game. And he was discussing the fact that, you got to get it from everywhere. And on a night like that night, Zach had a couple of goals. Matthias Ekholm, had one as well. They looked like they were in great shape, but when they needed anyone to step up, they couldn't quite get it done late. So I would expect more from the forwards. Vander Kane talked about it as well. I mean, listen, they know that they kind of let one slip, which I think, we always hear Jason, it didn't matter if we lost. It depends. I hear people say, it doesn't matter if you lose, 8-4 or 8-1. And I hear people say, oh my gosh, what a difference, right? So it depends on the individual, but for sure, collectively, they agree. They let one slip away. They're over it. It's time to move on. Nobody expected that they would necessarily sweep. I know when the first team wins that first game, everyone's like, hey, they might sweep this series, just like when Edmonton beat LA, but it is unlikely. Those don't happen that often. And of course, Stuart Skinner, Chris Knobloch talked about him today. And, do you go talk to him? What do you say? And he said, I wouldn't say anything different to him today or yesterday that I would have said if we won 4-2 or 4-3. Stuart knows what he needs to do. We know what he's capable of doing. So, I don't think you need a high percentage more from everybody. A little bit more from everyone would go a long way to getting a win and, heading home happy after. I'm sure Oil Country was devastated, might be strong, but certainly disappointed from what I hear, my reports back to Edmonton, including my own family, on how they felt after that game.
Well, I think they're just more annoyed that they have to put up with Canucks fans. The Canucks fans seem to know how to irk Oiler fans, which is nice. It's kind of maybe starting a rivalry. The other factor, Gene, was the Edmonton Oilers' physicality. Is it something that they talked about needing to augment tonight?
Yeah, for sure. And we only have the first series to kind of go by in the first game. And the first series, LA was all into that, right? So they kind of dragged you into that hitting mentality, but Vancouver really wasn't like that. Zadorov's a big guy, can be a big hitter. They've got some big guys, Tyler Myers, that kind of stuff, but it really wasn't that physical a game. Now, the coach this morning said he doesn't believe all the stats that end up sort of coming by those game sheets that we get. So, which was his way of kind of saying, like, maybe it isn't as bad as those numbers suggest. But I would think that's part of what Edmonton, they got lots of, Vander Kane usually is leading the charge when it comes to physicality. So they're fine. They're not panicked. So they'll play well tonight. Whether it's a win or a loss will have something to do with Vancouver. But just to get back to Shelovs, if you're Edmonton, and you score 4 goals on the amount of shots they had, and you know the kind of goals that they did score, I mean, you got to be licking your lips here going, we got a shot here to maybe run the score up a bit when it comes to the goals we're scoring. And, to Rick Tocchet's credit, he might have pulled Shelovs. He didn't the other night. He is starting tonight. So they got a winning goalie that's helped them get through Series 1 and now lead this series by 1. So they're going with him. And Casey DeSmith, as you know, and your listeners know, he's had pretty good success against Edmonton. So I think Shelovs, despite the fact he won Game 1, if you're Edmonton, if you got to pick someone, he might be your choice, at least going into Game 2.
Gino, as always, we appreciate your time. Enjoy Game 2 in Vancouver.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. You too. Take care. Enjoy the weekend.
There you go. That's Jean Principe from Rogers Sportsnet. So, Jean, I'm not there, but just, you see from distance, Leon Draisaitl, I thought there's no chance he was going to miss tonight's game. Now, how effective will we be? Remains to be seen. I understand a back injury, which is what we assume he has. Definitely, I don't think it's cramping or an equipment issue, as was stated after Game 1. It looked like he was in some diff comp, but again, might just be a spasm thing. He gets some treatment now. The wonders of what the players, the amount of high level treatment that they have available at them right now will allow them to be more comfortable in games. I won't be surprised if we don't see Leon Draisaitl on the ice other than games here the rest of this series. Doesn't skate on practices, doesn't skate in morning skates. I won't be surprised at all. Because as we showed in 2022, I don't think it matters, right? It's come playoff time. You conserve your energy for some guys. Some guys like to skate. Other guys, if you're banged up, the more rest you can. Why, bend over, get your skates tied, do all that if you don't necessarily need to do it. The orders, I think, obviously, Captain Obvious will tell you they need to play better. There's a few areas. Number 1, they need more physicality, I think. Number 2, they need some production from their bottom 6. It's been pretty much MIA other than Game 2 against the LA Kings. They lost that game. So, get some production from there, 5-on-5. They would like to draw some penalties. They didn't draw one penalty last game. Vancouver took a too many men on the ice penalty. Edmonton didn't draw it. So, I think that's a sign, because the Oilers got lots of power plays against LA. Right, they had 20, right, an average of 4 per game, second most of any team in the first round. So they did a good job of. Vancouver's a good skating team. They're not that good that suddenly they're not going to take penalties. So if I'm the Edmonton Oilers, I want to be a little bit more assertive and get them in. We are live at Edmonton KUBOTA, 156th Street and 128th Ave. It's the Big Orange event on today and tomorrow. Tonight till 7. So you got a lot of time to get down here before the game. Well, trust me, they're shutting the doors at 7. They're sports fans like you. They want to get home, watch the game. And then tomorrow, 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. All sorts of fantastic deals to get in on. You can save an additional $1,000 off of the LX or BX series tractors. In addition, there's all sorts of discounts with their spring program. So your savings are doubled right now. So if you're thinking about it, now's the time to come in and get a purchase at Edmonton KUBOTA. Also, we are auctioning off, to tell you what it is. When we return, we got Cam Tate, the 2-minute morning, Lori-Ann Munzer, Sean Brown, all coming up on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Use the promo code Gregor50, that's Gregor50, and you'll get a free $50 wager with the $5 deposit. It's easy. Make it count tonight. Oilers winning? Maybe. Leon Draisaitl getting some points? Possibly. Gregor50 at PlayAlberta.ca.
As a business owner, you know that good business is based on good relationships. So imagine, how would you feel if your commercial insurance was driven by people, not products? At High Street Insurance, we've been serving Canadian businesses like yours for 10 years. People, taking care of people. We take the time to learn about your business so we can ensure that your insurance coverage is finely tuned to the nuances of your commercial situation. Good protection starts with understanding you. Reach out to us today at highstreetinsurance.com.
Double dare you to get one of the fancy bobcats around
get the
until 6 p.m. And you got that Bluetooth in your ears and broadcast while you go round and round. And around.
Costco members can receive a
$1,200
bonus
and
on select trucks.
Quite frankly, it needed to be let's talk Leon Draisaitl.
V8 engine plus more cargo bed volume than any competitor. You'll have everything you need.
It needed to be
let's talk like building a brand new doghouse. That's a lot of wood.
We have that sort of. Let's talk Leon Draisaitl.
Visit
a
your
Mark
local
Spector
GMC
tweet
dealer for
at
details.
around 12:45 said he'll be a game time decision for tonight's game, 2 of the second round of these. That has to be concerning, of course. Because, and Gregor, you addressed it in your Oilers Nation piece today. Draisaitl skating mate, that Connor McDavid guy isn't 100% either. From my point of view, I wonder if it's an ankle injury, and it's not letting him play the way he wants to, which is a factor of his playing game. On Wednesday, 1 assist, no shots on goal, and uncharacteristic. Secondary scoring,
The charm offensive
secondary scoring.
with Jim Jeffries.
We've heard that song in years when it comes to the Oiler overall offensive fire. As good as Draisaitl and McDavid are, they cannot play the entire 60 minutes of a game. General Manager Ken Holland has, I think, addressed that by adding some key elements. And we've seen offensive output in the second third. Even fourth line. I think we're going to see it tonight. I think we're going to see players like Clyde, Bogle, Jan Mark, and others bring the level of their gamemanship to the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Let's stay up together.
Because the Entre team is on the same charter aircraft, same bus, same hotel banquet rooms for team meals as McDavid and Draisaitl. They've always believed that when you're around successful people, you cannot help but become one of them. Confidently submit. We're going to see that. 2-minute warning. 2-minute
e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers.
2-minute warning. Cam tape.
Awesome Friday continues on. Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation YouTube and Facebook, coming to you live at Edmonton KUBOTA for the Big Orange event today till 7 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3. 156th Street, 128th Avenue. Stop in. They got burgers going, the barbecue. I just got a nice little hot dog. They got some sausages, if you like, cookies, chips, some drinks for you or the kids. Stop in. The Ben Stelter Foundation is here set up. You can make a donation for them as well. So here until we're here till 6, but they're here until 7 o'clock tonight. All right, there you go. Also, our bid for the tractor is currently at $1,700 now from Mike. So we're up to 1,700 bones. The triple threat, if we want to call it that, because it's the tractor that, of course, is also a loader and a backhoe all in one. And you can get a 1-year lease, which is valued at about $8,000 to $8,500, courtesy of Edmonton KUBOTA. All the proceeds, 100%, will go towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So you're going to get a great deal and help out a fantastic cause. Currently, Mike has it at $1,700. Now, Let's get to the 2-minute warning with Cam Tate, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. It's starting to heat up today, 26 degrees out, man. You're like, oh, it's too hot. Well, don't wait. Don't delay. Get no interest, no payment for 1 year on your AC unit right now at legacyheating.ca. Here is Cam Tate and the 2-minute warning.
Thanks, sir, Jason. I double dare you to get in one of the fancy Bobcats around and around and around until 6 p.m. And you got that Bluetooth in your ears and broadcast while you go round and round and around. Now that we have that sorted, let's talk Leon Draisaitl. A Mark Spector tweet at around 12:45 said he'll be a game time decision for tonight's game, 2 of the second round of these playoffs. Game time, you understand, which itself says number 29 ain't that healthy. That has to be concerning, of course. Because, and Gregor, you addressed it in your Oilers Nation piece today, Draisaitl's skating mate, that Connor McDavid guy, isn't 100% either. From my point of view, I wonder if it's an ankle injury, and it's not letting him play the way he wants to, which is a factor of his play in game 1 Wednesday, 1 assist, no shots on goal, and very uncharacteristic -1. Secondary scoring, we've heard that song and dance for years when it comes to the Oiler overall offensive firepower. As good as Draisaitl and McDavid are, they cannot play the entire 60 minutes of a game. General Manager Ken Holland has, I think, addressed that by adding some key elements, and we've seen offensive output from the second, third, even fourth lines. I think we're going to see it tonight. I think we're going to see players like McLeod, Fogle, Jan Mark, and others bring the level of their gamemanship to in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Because the Entre team is on the same charter aircraft, same bus, same hotel banquet room for team meals as McDavid and Draisaitl. I've always believed that when you're around successful people, you cannot help but becoming even better. And I confidently submit we're going to see that tonight. 2-minute warning, Cam Tate, Monday, Friday, Jason Gregor Show. Hey, Gregor, dizzy yet?
Did he say dizzy out?
Dizzy yet.
Oh, dizzy. Oh, okay. I thought he said dizzy out. I was like, all right, Tater, are you getting in a rap right now? Oh. Well, hey, they're going to need other guys to step up. There's no question about it. And really, like, as I said, the list of players who would be satisfied with their game in game 1, I think, is going to be rather short list. So lots of guys will play better. I expect the Oilers to play better. They've bounced back very well. Remember, the Kings beat them in game 2. Then the Oilers won 6-1 and 1-0 in 2 games in LA. So the Oilers are more than capable of bouncing back, and we'll see how that goes. Now, let's get to our big guest of the day, brought to you by the Female Super League. It's designed to elevate youth hockey players. The FSL will provide a platform for 12U and 14U girls to develop and grow and move on to the next level. Learn more at femalesuperleague.com. As an Olympic gold medalist, Lori-Ann Munzer joins us as she always does on Friday. Lori-Ann, how you doing?
I'm doing awesome, Jason. Happy Friday. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. I am great. We've talked about a lot of things. Like leadership is a unique thing in team sports. Individual sports probably obviously a lot different. You kind of lead yourself and you have a team of people. But the Oilers had a very brief group meeting. Corey Perry was one who spoke. He obviously has, he's top 20 all time in playoff games. He's won Stanley Cups. He's been to multiple Stanley Cups. And team closed door meetings doesn't always mean that it has to be, like ripping down the paint. Oh my God, we're terrible. It was one game. We know they blew a 3-goal lead. But when you get into those moments, what's the key in how to approach your team so as to not, like, you want it to be one where you get everybody's attention, but it still has to be done in a way that's not going to, somehow have some people cowering?
Oh, that's a really great question. And I think one of the things is when you have a veteran player like Corey Perry, you actually bring up, you level up, you lead upwards. It's not downwards. It's not picking out all the things that have gone wrong or the things that you're doing wrong. It's about elevating literally the game, no pun intended, but it's just, that's the way it is. And it's like, you've got to bring your A game up and out every time. And, if we're missing a player like Leon on game 1, it's like, okay, the team has to come play together and lead together, and everybody has to really step up. So I think the question that he's leaving or asking everybody is, if you could literally elevate the game, bring out your best, what is the one thing that you could do to help us move as a group, as a team to the next level? And that's what I see everybody has to do. But I think Corey is definitely in that leadership role, and all eyes are on him because he's done, he's played juniors, he's played Olympics, he's won a Stanley Cup. So he knows what it takes to do this. And I think he's an incredible resource that the guys need to be asking, hey, when we're in a situation, what have you done and how have you moved onto that next level? Because that's really what it is this is the next level of hockey.
Yeah, and it's, like in any sport, for some people, the Oilers do have more experience, I think, than a lot of teams in the past. I calculated 12 players with 50 more games of experience, but every situation can be different, right? You can learn something different from a new one. I don't know how many guys have been on a game where the Oilers blew a 3-goal lead, right? Like, this is one where, it's how easy is it to forget, a performance, Lord? Like, we can talk about all you want, but I would think it's like the Oilers, there are stretches where they played well and they moved on, but come playoff time, do you think it's easier to move on after a game, whether it's good or bad?
I think it's the same as regular season. Is there more pressure? Sure. But it all depends on how much pressure are you putting on yourself. And number one is you've got to let it go. And I mean, we've talked about this before, is each athlete has a different way of letting it go. So you've got to deal with it. And as quick as possible. It's like, Rick Tocchet said, you got to come back to earth. And it's like, dude, you got a job to do. So let's go out, set it up, and start moving towards it.
Playing through pain is a real, I think it's a skill, right? Because there's discomfort, right? There's a difference between hurt and injured, right? Some people can play hurt. It's hard to play with a serious injury that limits you to perform at your best. Maybe you can do it, but it's really hard for any athlete to win, when, especially in a, individual sport. Team sports may be a little bit different, but the mental toughness, I'm sure you've had injuries that you had to race through at times. What's the best way to block out the discomfort?
I think one of the things, Jason, is you have to be thinking about what am I going to be doing and forecast yourself into that position. Put yourself into that position so that you're not in the moment of going, oh my God, my ankle hurts, my foot hurts, my arms hurt, or whatever body part is taking away your energy. But it's just, where do you want to go? And it's literally forecasting and advancing the real time of putting yourself into that moment. And usually what will happen is your mind is thinking about something else, so that you're not focused on, there's certain levels of pain, there's certain levels of hurt, but it's just, you've got to move into where is it that you're going. And if you think about it, the puck is always hopefully moving in front of you. So you've got to be that much further ahead in the story of what it is that you're going to be doing.
Lori-Ann Munzer joins us. Lori-Ann, you talked about pressure, right? Some people thrive under pressure. Other people, it becomes too much. And sometimes you don't know beforehand if it becomes too much. How have you helped or worked with athletes who maybe didn't deal with the pressure well the first few times, but then found ways to get better at it? Like, what are ways for athletes, and maybe even people in general, to become better in pressure-packed situations?
Sure. I think sometimes, a lot of the time, the pressure happens because they're reacting to a situation that they maybe have never experienced, never ever thought of. And then it's like, oh, I didn't execute the right move. So when we're doing a look back and a review on what transpired, it's trying to come up with different scenarios. Can you counter a move of, okay, maybe the puck's going between the goalie's legs, or, there's a pass that you missed, or you missed passing it from you to the next person. So it's playing the movie out in your mind ahead of time and redoing it until it starts to become automatic. But it's coming up with multiple variations of, how could you do it better? If you had a second chance, great. If you had a third chance, a fourth chance, and rewriting what that image is, what that movie is in your mind. Because if you can't see it, Jason, it's not going to happen, and you're going to fumble, you're going to flounder. And what we want to do is we want to set everybody up for success. So you need to see it by practicing it, number one, first in your mind, then going out on the ice and doing the drill, first slow, and then let's pick up some speed, and then doing it at top speed. So you're moving through the different levels. But I always say you've got to figure it out in your mind. What is the end result that you want? And then start building that picture in your mind.
So is it as simple as, you know what, you have some going back to get the puck, pick it, and then put it tape to tape, or getting the puck out when it's along the boards 3 feet from your zone, right? Like, and just visualizing that. Like, obviously you can do it in practice, but in practice, you're not going to have two guys barreling down you that quickly. So do you find that it's just visualization helps people and maybe helps athletes more, and most of them actually don't do enough visualization pregame?
I think there's a fine point between too much visualization and the right amount of visualization. When I was at the Olympics, I got to meet Katrina Lemaine-Doan, and she spent lots and lots of time visualizing. I found that if I spent an inordinate amount of time of visualizing, it was actually to my detriment. So smaller bits was always better. The other thing that really goes hand in hand is to write out your story. Write out the story or the play of how you want it to go. Because a lot of times we have a picture in our mind of how it's going to go. But then if you're to articulate it to somebody else or even write it down, say somebody's going to write your story, how did it go? Being able to write it out will give you a lot more clarity and go, oh man, I just missed one of the most important passes, or the setup to have the ultimate pass, right? To bank it off the boards or whatever the move is, right? So that's an area. The visualization is definitely going to help you, but determining how much time you need and works well for you is something else that's trial and error.
Lori-Ann, as always, we appreciate it. Have yourself a great weekend.
And you too. Thanks, Jason.
There you go. That's Lori-Ann Munzer, Olympic gold medalist, and she's also a mental training coach right now as well. Coming up on 20-year anniversary of her gold medal in 2004. Whew, pretty sweet. We are live at Edmonton KUBOTA. It's the Big Orange event tonight until 7, tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. All sorts of great deals. An additional, you can almost double your savings right now for their spring deal. So stop in if you're looking for tractors, backhoes, loaders. They have it all at Edmonton KUBOTA. Sam is in at $2,000 on our auction item today, which of course is the tractor, but it's a loader and a backhoe all in one. We got pictures up at Facebook and Twitter and on our Instagram as well if you want to see it. But of course, it's the KUBOTA Orange. It's a 1-year lease. This is usually valued around $8,000 to give you an estimate on where we're at. And 100% of the proceeds today are going to go towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So if you're looking for a great deal, you need a backhoe, loader, tractor combination, well, you can get one today. Sam currently has it at $2,000. Coming up, Sean Brown will join us. We also are going to have Craig Button coming up a little bit later on. Of course, Speck will join us from Vancouver Oilers and the Canucks. Leon Draisaitl is going to play. Let's be real here. He's going to play. Now, Adam Henrique, not sure. He's going to take the warm-up. I think it's a little bit more of a question mark on whether or not he's going to get the green light to go. I think if he doesn't play tonight, I think there's a really good chance he will play on Sunday. Let's get to the Con Man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Booster Juice. Visit Booster Juice today and you can try the all-new Strawberry Blush Smoothie. Sip, blush, and savor as you fall in love with this new flavor only at Booster Juice.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day, the Edmonton Oilers back in action, looking to even up their series against the Vancouver Canucks out in Vancouver. Puck drop just after 8 o'clock in this one. Earlier today, the Bruins will take on the Panthers at 5 o'clock. That series tied at a game apiece in the association. You got the Knicks and Pacers meeting in Game 3 of their best of 7. Knicks up 2-0 there at 7:30. The Timberwolves, they'll try to take a huge 3-0 series lead over the Denver Nuggets. Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays are in action, kicking off a series against the Minnesota Twins. That one will get going just after 5 o'clock. The two teams will meet tomorrow and Sunday. You can hear both games here on Sports 1440, Saturday, 1 o'clock, and then on Sunday, 11:30. In the WHL, League Championship gets going tonight. Moose Jaw in Portland taking on the Winterhawks. That's starting just after 8 o'clock. In the BCHL, you've got the Alberta Division Final, Game 1. Sherwood Park hosting Brooks. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock there. And from the NFL, free agent wide receiver Zay Jones signing with the Arizona Cardinals. The 29-year-old Jones had previously spent time in Buffalo, Vegas, and Jacksonville. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we will be joined by our co-host and former NHLer, Sean Brown, as well as Patrick Johnson, Vancouver Canucks beat reporter with the Vancouver Sun. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
The playoffs are wild. We all know that. And this year, Play Alberta is making it even wilder. Make a deposit with promo code Gregor50 to snag a $50 free sports bet with your next deposit. Get ready for unbeatable promotions throughout the playoffs with 10+ odds boost on every Oilers playoff game. Score a chance to win a pair of lower bowl or even exclusive sweet tickets for an Oilers playoff game just by making a bet on an Oilers playoff game at playalberta.ca. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Bon-Ton Bakery has been baking bread since 1956, but also offers a whole store of delicious local and specialty foods today. So we're not just your daily bread source. Bon-Ton has treats for your friends and workmates, cakes for those special occasions, monthly features so you can try something new each time you visit, including many healthy options. There's something for everyone. Bon-Ton Bakery, open 9 to 5, Tuesday to Saturday, online at bonton.ca.
There's still time to book your tournament at the Ranch Golf and Country Club.
As one of Alberta's top tourney courses, the Ranch makes hosting fun and easy for any group or business. No matter how unique or unusual, they'll accommodate your vision for an event no one will soon forget.
Start planning your tournament today at their beautifully landscaped course on the outskirts of West Edmonton. On-site event coordinators are here to help, but hurry, availability is limited and booking fast.
Visit theranchgolf.com.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada, with sports and entertainment properties including the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility, is open in Nisku, which features 2 sheets of ice, including a 1,600-seat arena and a restaurant with a viewing area.
Try the new extra-large New York-style crispy pepperoni pizza only from Papa John's. Get you some of that crispy, curly, cuppy pepperoni on top of an extra-large New York-style crust pizza with creamy tomato sauce and a 3-cheese blend. This ain't around forever, so walk fast like you're in NYC and order one now. The extra-large New York-style crispy pepperoni pizza for just $22.99, only at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some.
At Cross Mitsubishi, the choice is yours. But no matter what you choose, the savings are huge. Get into a 2024 Mitsubishi Mirage and Cross will match your cash down up to $2,500 with a $500 trade-in rebate and 0% financing. Plus, you won't make any payments for 90 days. Or choose the all-new Outlander PHEV starting at $39,995. Make your choice at Cross Mitsubishi, 34th Avenue and 96th Street, or cross with a K, Mitsubishi.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. We're excited to announce that we now have machining capacity in-house. That means quicker turnarounds, improved quality control, and ultimate flexibility. Call 780-436-2000 or email colin@cantork.com to find out more.
Just after 3 o'clock, welcome back. It is the Gregor Show at Sports 1440, Oilers Nation YouTube and Facebook, streaming live as always at sports1440.ca, as well as on Twitter, on Sports 1440 Instagram, and you can get us anywhere on the app. So thanks as always for joining us. Today we're coming to you live at Edmonton KUBOTA, where it's a big orange event tonight until 7, and then tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. And they got all sorts of fantastic deals. Right now with their spring programs, your savings are doubled as long as you purchase it by tomorrow. So, hey, don't wait. This is the time. All right, getting off work today, you can come down tonight or get in here before 3 o'clock tomorrow. Some huge savings. If you like tractors, front-end loaders, diggers, you name it, they got it. They got it all. Backhoes. Be fantastic. Well, also, Mike came in at a bid of, Dan came in at $2,500. Then Mike from High Rise Property Services is up to $3,000 on our auction item today. It's a 1-year lease with up to 100 hours of use for the BX23S tractor loader backhoe combination tractor. It's very popular, and all of the proceeds are going to go to the Ben Stelter Foundation. Actually, Ben's parents, Mike and Leah, are here today. So if you want to come in, they're selling the Ben Stelter bracelets. Can buy some of them. Hey, you know what? And guess what color they are? Of course, they're orange and blue. Of course, Ben was a huge fan of the Edmonton Oilers. So stop in, you get some free food. There's hot dogs and hamburgers and everything else down here. So stop in today, 156th Street and 128th Avenue. You can support the Ben Stelter Fund, and check out some tractors, get some good food. It'll be awesome. As we welcome to the show, former NHLer, first round draft pick, Sean Brown joins us. Brownie, how are you? There you go. Turn your mic on, rookie.
I thought something was off.
There you go.
No, I'm doing good, Gregor. This is definitely a.
Well, this is your first live on location,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah, and our space is space is tight here.
It's all right.
We're broing it
yeah,
up.
well, you don't have to like stop rubbing my
Look
leg.
at how wide your leg is. Your legs aren't that big.
Yeah, well, what are you talking about? I'm like, what is this guy doing? Like sumo deadlifts squat here under the table? You know, gee, it's like you're on a plane, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, you don't even like flying, so
No, this is tight. This
you got your legs super together when you're flying. I bet, eh?
Yeah, what a great spot though. I mean, you know, like all this equipment here. I mean,
are you an equipment guy? Like, are you a guy like? Would you like to like? Do you see this stuff? You're like, God, I'd like to know how to use it.
Oh, 100%. I would love to know how to use it, but that's the key. Is I don't know how to use it. But I mean, they have something for everyone here. I mean, who couldn't use a skid? I've always wanted to have a skid steer.
Yeah.
I don't even know why, because there's not a whole lot I could actually do with it. But you know, I wind up instead of buying a skid steer to do my driveway, I wind up buying a razor and then putting a plow on it.
Yeah, okay.
Right. And thinking that at the time when the kids were younger, I was like, you know what, we can go out to some fields, go out to some paths. Thing hasn't left our driveway. It was a total waste of money, you know. So I got this razor with, you know, barely used. Is all I do is clear snow. It seems like a complete waste, but you know, I look out, you know, especially living on an acreage, right?
Yeah.
There's always something.
Yeah.
I mean, I could use it right now. I was just, you know, we've had some drainage issues.
Yeah.
So I've been digging trenches and trying to help, you know, figure this out. I mean, if I had one of these little backhoes or whatever,
well, dude, that's what the BX23S. You can lease it.
Well,
you know, it's a steal right now.
I could. I just had a shop, or what is that? Some type of machine that cuts up the grass, and I put a tube underneath there, and
like a mulcher.
No, it's
a lawnmower.
No. I don't even know what it's called. It was a gigantic machine. Thankfully, my friend came over, and Jarrett actually did a lot for me. He really helped me out. Much appreciated. But I could have used this about 5 hours ago.
All right. Okay. All right. Well,
yeah.
So you're using it today, actually.
Yeah. So I got a lot of work ahead of me tomorrow, trying to fix up, you know, all the trenching. I got to get some sand, some gravel, and kind of fix it up a little bit.
All right. Hey, we're going to turn that up.
Well,
right?
Jesus,
like
this is,
no, it's all
how
good.
did I get this?
No.
How did I get this one? How old is this number? Honestly, this is the oldest setup it actually feels gross.
What does it feel like? It's fine.
It's just
pretty
I don't
new,
know,
actually.
It's
like
new?
2 years old.
I mean, look.
Well, yeah, don't. That's just, you know what it was? It was because it had a rub. That's just some glue. That's all that was.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
because it had like a spit cover is what basically what it's called.
Great.
And
Yeah.
so you used to, but they glue it on, and then obviously it just came off.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
It looks worse than it is.
Okay, I like the one better at the office.
Oh
There,
yeah,
so.
no, that's fair. That's totally fair. Now, Oilers tonight against the Canucks. Obviously, well, we haven't talked to you since game one. What stood out for you in game one for the Oilers?
Well, just I guess the fact that McDavid wasn't a factor. number one. I mean, he's their best player, and we're so used to seeing him being so dynamic and having such an impact on the game. I mean, Vancouver, you got to give credit to them. They did a really good job of, taking away opportunities for him, opportunities for other guys to give him the puck, opportunities for him to skate the puck through the neutral zone. And there's probably no one better in the league that's able to do that. Right. So I would expect McDavid and the Oilers to be, much better. That's one thing about McDavid is that, he is so highly competitive as, I'm sure he's not happy with his game and he's going to come back with a stronger one. But, and I guess the other thing would probably be the lack of physicality and maybe the urgency on the little things. I know you and I talked quite a bit after the game about some of the plays, and, there's going to be breakdowns in everyone's game, both Vancouver and Edmonton, but, probably, I guess the lack of urgency to fight to get out there and the urgency to block that shot. I know we talked about it last week. And
like you're talking the first Vancouver goal. So Draisaitl loses the face-off. Nugent-Hopkins doesn't get out there quick enough. So then Draisaitl, so you have two guys go. They leave the center. Because I know it's funny. It illustrates to me some people, either A, they're just so mad at a player that every time he's on the ice for a goal against, they want to blame him. And everyone's like, oh, look at Nurse. He didn't even cover his man. I'm like, did you watch the replay? There's two forwards. He can't cover both. Right. And you would naturally cover the guy closest to the net, would you not?
You can't cover both guys. I mean, you can't commit to one guy. I think he played it really well. I mean, at some point when the puck comes to the net, you gotta make a split decision. And obviously the decision that he made, I mean, it wind up going in the net, but I definitely don't think you can blame him. But I think there was enough details in the other four guys, that there's a real importance to that, right? That's what it's coming down to this series. Next series, I think they played a really good game, but the smallest of details costed the Oilers in that game.
Yeah, well, and to me, it's frustrating when you go 22 minutes and 43 seconds without a shot. Now they did have one; they hit the post, right? Newt, I look at it, and I've always been curious about this, and I'll even ask our audience right now. So you have Cody Ceci who doesn't get a puck out, right? Yep. Or you have, and people are like, "Oh my God, he didn't get the puck out." But the play was like 30 seconds later that they scored, right?
Yeah.
Hyman, ended up losing a wall battle after that. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins is point blank, 6, 7, 8 feet from the net. It's a wide open net, and he hits the goalpost. If he scores there, it's game over, right? Yeah. It's 5-2 because Miller scored on the ensuing sequence. And it's funny, the vitriol and anger that people have is like, oh, geez, he hit the goalpost. I'm like, but it's an execution play. It's no different than, well, no one stopped him from not scoring, right? He just hit the goalpost. So when a guy tries to dump it out of the zone and a guy knocks it down or doesn't get out, it's funny how people will analyze that play and be so infinitely more upset over the guy not getting it out past the player than a guy missing a wide open net. Yeah. It's funny to me, like, I'm sorry, missing the wide open net is actually a worse play because it was an easier play.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's tough because, I mean, being a defenseman, I mean, there was multiple mistakes, and then ultimately it comes down to the defenseman that, you see that mistake, or, it's even worse for a goalie who's actually making the final mistake, right? But quite often there's, 7 seconds before that where there's the breakdown. But I mean, there's lots of positives, I think, for both, that's what I was thinking about today, or like, how would a coach approach this, on both sides? And I think there was a ton of positives that the Oilers can take out of it. And the fact that they didn't play a game, to their strengths, and, did have a 3-goal lead. They wind up blowing it, but, there was lots of things that they did, enough to get to that point. And number one, and not having the best player, play his, even close to what he's capable of is a sign that, hey, you know what, everything will be okay. But the other side of it too is Vancouver, is building off of, a goalie, what's his, Sheloff?
Sheloff.
I thought, was a little bit shaky.
Oh God.
But
he totally, like, I go into this game tonight and I'm like, guys, we are getting pucks on net. We're getting traffic in front. Kevin Woodley gave us a scouting report on Monday when he said in the Nashville game, there were times where he was watching because he didn't see that puck, and while it didn't hit the net, it was going wide. He wasn't picking it up. And he leaned completely the wrong way. Right. Yeah. And did not just lean the way, he totally moved out, and Ekholm beat him far side, like wide open net. And I was like, oh my goodness, if you're the Edmonton Oilers tonight, let's get some traffic in front, you know what, Corey Perry, Vander Kane, I don't care who it is, but you have one guy, Holloway, any of those guys can get traffic, and they should be able to beat him. No question in my mind, if you get enough consistent shots on him.
But right now he's got, he's going to be able to build off of that game, not having a strong game and then being just enough to get a win.
Yeah,
100%. I mean, hey, that game's done and over, but for sure. I mean, the Oilers have size, they have grit, they got guys in the lineup now that it doesn't have to be pretty. You just have to get pucks on that.
100%.
Right?
Like, look at Cece's shot, right? Goes in off a guy, goes in off a Cole, right? Not a, hey, let's be honest, Cody Cece's not a big goal scorer, but you put pucks on net sometimes, you'll get rewarded. Mike has just bid on our YouTube chat, so you can on the YouTube you can put your bids, of course, on the text line. Matt is in at 3,333 for the tractor today, so all threes. I like it a lot. Hey, it all adds up, and it all is going towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So if you want in on our auction item today, it's a 1-year lease on a Kubota tractor. It's the BX23S. It's the tractor with the loader and the backhoe, the 3-in-1 combination. It's super popular if you got an acreage, you're looking to build anything like Brownie here. Was it a ditch witch that you were talking about earlier?
No,
all right.
He's
Okay.
probably texting me. I don't know.
But all the proceeds, by the way, will go towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So on a positive Friday, helping out one of the Oilers' biggest fans, and of course their family and what they do to help so many people in the community, family whose kids unfortunately are going to go through because sadly it's not going to stop. There's going to be other kids with cancer, and they really want to help them out as much as they can. So if you want in on that, it is 833-401-1440, or you can just chat in on the chat line on YouTube and make your bid there. We love it. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown with you live at Edmonton KUBOTA. We got a few texts coming in, 833-401-1440. Hey, Brownie, would you consider switching the defense pairs, or do you stick with them?
I'm sticking with them. I think, I mean, there's no need to panic, right? I don't think there's absolutely any need to panic. It was one game. We're talking about something completely different if they find a way to win, right?
Yeah, like if Nugent Hopkins hits the wide open net, game over.
Yeah, now we're sitting there being like, wow, here's a team that gutted out a win with their star player not being 100%. Lots of other guys grinded through, maybe not a game that, a game they're not particularly happy with. So I think you just got to accept the fact that this is the playoffs. It's hard to win. The margins are small. But I don't see when, you're looking at the D pair, I think that would show maybe a little bit of a sign of panicking. And I don't think you need to do that right now.
It looked like that Fogle and Janmark will likely switch, assuming Draisaitl's in the lineup and Henrique's not. Right. So that's the other wild card here is Adam Henrique. Maybe it might. Now, he skated yesterday.
Yeah.
He took the morning skate today, but yesterday in line rushes, Brownie, he didn't take part in any of the line rushes, which to me tells me he's not playing tonight. You being around, you see, when guys can play or not. Like Draisaitl, Sam Gagner failed on his spot. Right.
Yeah.
They didn't move other guys because I think if Leon Draisaitl wasn't playing, Sam Gagner, if he comes in, is not going to go in to be on your second line center, right? Like, no offense to Sam, but that's not where he's going to play.
Yeah.
Sam would be like, what? Like, he would love it, but that's not where he's going to play.
Yeah.
So I think Draisaitl is going to play. Henrique, if you asked me to put some money on it to play Alberta.ca, I would say he's not going to play.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely. I mean, Dry's a pretty tough guy. We all know what he gutted through last year with his ankle. I definitely see him playing. I don't think by taking line rushes or the pregame skate, I wouldn't read into that too much because at this time of the year now, the guys are going to just have to grind.
But if you haven't been part of one real practice, like Henrique hasn't practiced with the team since game 5.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So I guess he could play, but something would tell me you would, especially if it's an ankle injury, you want to test it at some point. Like you've got to go skating at some point. Now, maybe they would do it after practice and maybe the media's in the room. Now he stays out late. But if you were him, what would be the first thing you'd be doing? Okay, let's see if you can handle this, right? Like we're going to hit it. You got to see how your ankle, because anybody can skate in a straight line.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you get into the playoffs, you're in the battle in the corner and you got a 200-pounder Zadorov leaning on you. Well, how solid is your ankle?
100. Yeah, you know what? I do see you do make a really good point, but I also think it's a veteran that would understand. I mean,
he would know.
He would know, and I think the playoffs could bring out different characteristics and the fact that guys are willing to do anything to get into the lineup. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's out. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in. The one question for me: what is wrong with Carrick? Is there anything wrong with him?
No, it's just been they
like
put in Ryan over.
I think with this defense core and how physical they are and how big they are, to me,
yeah, you would want.
I would like to see him in the lineup.
I'm with you, man.
Against
I'm with
anyone
you.
else's play, but I think when you play a team like LA, where the Oilers were favored, and I think LA had to play a little bit more had to bring it to the trenches a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? And
So they played
Drew
Carrick.
Garrett, right? And so I think that right now they need a guy like Carrick right now to initiate a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right? Because the Oilers kind of sat back a little bit, where if you got a guy like Carrick, he's going to get in there and he's going to drag other guys into the fight, and maybe has a better chance of making it a longer night for some of their defensemen.
Yeah. And I really think it comes down to they feel Ryan's maybe a tad quicker and maybe has a little bit more offense, but Sam Carrick scored 10 goals this year, right? Like but I'm with you. Like, I like the physicality that he brings.
Yeah.
And when you were lacking as much as they were physically in game one, we might see him, right? Yeah. If it based on yesterday's practice, we won't.
Yeah.
But I could see Ryan playing the first 2 games, and then they come back and Carrick plays here when he has last change, maybe, just to have different, not that he's got to protect him by any stretch, but we saw Carrick play the first 3, and then Ryan played. I think we'll see a little rotation there. Like Connor Brown, for a guy who sat out the first round, I didn't see much desperation in his game. Like, sometimes you play a game where you get noticed, and the coach is like, well, there's no way I can hold this guy out.
Yeah.
I didn't notice any of that from him.
Yeah. I mean, it is tough coming in, into a series. I think there's, to me, not a ton of difference between Brown and Ryan. To me, I mean, they both, are very good on the PK. They work hard, but I just don't think they have that Carrick and that characteristic that he has. That sandpaper. That
no, it's totally fair.
And I just really feel like right now, and it has nothing to do with any of those 2 guys and necessarily the way they played. This guy just brings a dimension that I think they need right now. Right. And I think if they can be a team that plays, tonight and initiates more, doesn't sit back, and he has the ability to do that, I think that's really important.
Yeah, I would agree. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown with you live at Edmonton KUBOTA, and Mike with the High Rise Properties back in at 3,800 on our auction item today. So 833-401-1440. You can bid there or on the YouTube chat. Either one, whichever you're more comfortable with. Make it happen. Now, we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll hear from the Vancouver Canucks side. Patrick Johnson joins us. No lineup changes for the Canucks, but sounds like there might be a few little wrinkles in how they're going to approach this game. So we'll find out next on the Gregor Show, presented by our title sponsor, PlayAlberta.ca.
What's cracking at Cattail? Maybe you've got the next tiger on your hands. Cattail Crossing offers young golfers Operation 36, a program to improve their growing skill set with other golfers their age. To register, email proshop@cattailcrossing.ca. You adore your Audi, value your Volkswagen, baby your Beamer. But some of that love fades when repairs take several days and tons of cash for the dealership to do their magic. Let Cochran's Automotive rekindle the flame. They'll professionally repair your import, usually in one day. Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, Honda, and Toyota. Cochran's Automotive will return her to mint condition. Open at 7 a.m. Let Cochran's Automotive repair your automotive air conditioning before things heat up. Cochran's Automotive, 780-452-5001.
Christensen Communities, the name in active adult living. Enjoy retirement living without compromise. At Christensen, we understand that each lifestyle is unique. We are committed to providing choice through optional dining, personal services, recreation programs, and care plans to suit your current and future needs. Enjoy maintenance-free living and build new friendships in a safe, independent community. Large suites with full kitchens and in-suite laundry, on-site amenities, and so much more. Find out more today about our communities across the province at cdlhomes.com.
Experience more at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Come for Canada's largest trade show, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience. But it doesn't end there. Maximize your brand exposure with Edmonton Expo Centre's new cutting-edge feature screens, spanning Western Canada's largest venue space. Captivate an annual audience of over 1 million visitors during iconic events like Pro Rodeo, Disney on Ice, Glow, K-Days, and so much more. To learn more, call 780-660-0514 or visit edmontonexpocenter.com today.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at Cantork.com.
Sports 1440 has added another player to our lineup. Tonight, from 6 to 9, check out Turn Sports with your host, Navin Romerick. Edmonton's exclusive home of sports talk is now rolling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Your love for strawberries is very passionate, you say. Just wait till you get your next taste of Booster Juice. The new Strawberry Blush smoothie made with strawberries, bananas, vanilla oat, and vanilla frozen yogurt will make you fall in love. And there's no tea like the Strawberry Serenity Teaser, a blend of strawberry juice, green tea, and honey. And for a tasty treat to pair perfectly with your berry obsession, the Strawberries and Cream Booster Ball has returned like your favorite dream. Visit a Booster Juice near you today or download the Booster Rewards app.
This spring, experience innovation on the road at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, lease from 0.99% or save up to $4,000 on select models for qualifying loyal Volvo Cars Edmonton customers. Plus, save $5,000 on all new and demo 2024 XC60 Recharge plug-in hybrid models. Discover why we're Canada's only 13-time Volvo Excellence Award winner. Chat online at volvocarsedmonton.com or visit 1205 101st Street Southwest.
Hey Leduc, it's me, Grant Fedor from Leading Edge Physiotherapy. What you might not know is that I started practicing physio here in Leduc more than 23 years ago. In those years since, I haven't forgotten the kind and welcoming people that trusted me then. It feels great to be back, but I know we have to live up to our promise, and that's to live up to our name. This means bringing a leading edge focus on our environments, technology, communities, and the people who will care for you, like Graham Raymond and Amanda McIsaac, two locals who want to make a difference in your life. We're now open in Leduc. Learn more about us at leadingedgephysio.com.
As the snow melts and the flowers bloom, don't let sunken concrete dampen your spirits. This spring, Trademark Concrete Lift and Leveling is here to lift your spirits and your concrete. With our quick, friendly lifting process, we're ready to tackle those trip hazards and water pooling problems head on with our vast knowledge and expertise. Trademark Concrete Lift and Leveling, where your ground gets a new lease on life. Visit trademarkleveling.com or call 780-691-LIFT. That's 780-691-5438.
Positive Friday continues on. Edmonton Sports Leader TSN 12-6, or sorry, Sports 1440. My goodness, jeez, there's another $20. Well, that pot's growing. Jeez, I think I'm up to like probably close to $400 on that now. Brutal. That's what happens when you don't get focused, worrying about other things, especially when you're looking at an old logo dummy. Anyway, at Sports 1440, I do know where we're at though. That's good. I don't know what station we're on, but I know where we're at. We're at Edmonton KUBOTA, 156th Street, 128th Avenue, the Big Orange event today until 7 p.m., tomorrow 9 a.m. until 3 p.m., and there's massive savings. You can get up to basically 50% off your savings in their spring savings if you purchase by tomorrow on tractors, excavators, front-end loaders, you name it, they have it all at the Big Orange event. So stop in. If you stop in today, of course, the Ben Stelter Fund, Mike Stelter, Ben's dad, is here. Leah, his mom, was here earlier. She'll be back. They also have the barbecue rolling. The sausages are unreal. They got burgers and dogs, and chips and cookies. Brownie, I think, ate about 6 already. So it's great. So come in, say hello. Now, let's go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. And hey, of course, a big shout out again. They want to thank everybody for helping out on Wednesday for McHappy Day. Raised lots and lots of money for the Ronald McDonald House, a fantastic facility in our community that helps you out at one of the worst times of your life when you have kids in the Glen Rose or at the Stollery. So shout out to everybody who chipped in on McHappy Day, and many of you who came by the Coronation location. Had me buying them cheeseburgers. It was, you know what, it was well worth it. It was well worth it. So it was great. So thanks again. As we go to Vancouver, Patrick Johnson joins us, beat reporter for the Vancouver Sun. And Patrick, the you know, the Oilers obviously didn't love stretches of their games. The Canucks were down 4-1. They came back. Obviously, the home crowd's going crazy. How would you evaluate that game top to bottom for the Canucks? Like, what's Rick Tocchet thinking about how his team played in that game?
First of all, I got to say, very excited to be called in by Brass Bonanza. Never had that before. But on the question, honestly, it was one of those ones where even though the score said 4-1 and you knew the Canucks weren't going to like that, there was a lot of other game I know that they liked, and I was even thinking in the moment, you know what, these guys, they're playing well. They're not getting any bounces. Sometimes that happened. Now, I didn't think they'd come back and score 4 goals the way they did. But I thought the process on the whole was pretty good. They were defending quite well at 5-on-5. Obviously, had started badly by not, by giving up a penalty. Having said they knew they didn't have to take penalties, but then they didn't give another power play away, so that's part of the strategy. And in general, we had heard Chris Knobloch talk about it before the game about how they knew that the Canucks were going to be really good at sort of shrinking the defensive zone, collapsing down inside in front of the net, and they were doing a good job of that. And so I think that's where it's at. And they know that if they go back at that, they're going to do well. They kept Connor McDavid from doing something he'd never done before, right? Like there's lots of little things that this team's very happy about from that win.
Patrick, what could you say about Zadorov since acquiring him from Calgary? I mean, to me, he's obviously just a gigantic human being. Yeah. He takes up a lot of ice. He's physical. Like, has he been more, or what were you expecting when you got him?
I think, in many ways, like you think about the way he played in Calgary, right? Especially that season, he gets 14 goals and just sort of the swashbuckling presence. I mean, you were here in Vancouver. You know what the Ed Jovanovski experience was like. I thought a lot of that, and I think he's been advertised. You knew that he's going to be a very physical player. You knew that he was going to be a guy that was going to look to rush the puck, and I think he's been that. I think he's been the best version of what they hoped he would be, and that's where they're at. Sorry, I got the 4-year-old in the background here.
Oh, hey, it's all good. It's excited. She's excited for the game.
Yeah, she's pumped. Exactly.
Yeah.
Can't
So
wait
they're
to be involved.
You look at Vancouver and she lost. Like, how concerned? Like, 2 of those 4 goals, I don't think he liked very much. Like the Hyman second goal, no, and the Ekholm goal, he completely read it wrong and went the wrong way. And Ekholm's like, I have the full far side out. Like, how much of a concern do you think that is, especially when like the Oilers didn't really get many shots at him and still had 4 goals?
Oddly enough, I think if you talk to goalie guys, they'll tell you, well, the 4th goal wasn't his fault because he was expecting the shot to go high. And instead, the puck hit at Tyler Myers' stick and goes low. So throw that one out if you want. Listen, the long distance stuff, that was a thing that happened against Nashville. Like Alex Carrier scored the winning goal that Alex Carrier scored in Game 5 here was exactly like that. A long distance shot, getting some screens in front. It's something that Seelov struggles with, and there's no doubt about it. It's a thing he's going to have to conquer if he's going to become a regular NHLer. And that is an area of concern, I think, for the Canucks. It's something you've got to find a way to deal with. But yeah, he plays smart. Ian Clark, who's the goalie coach here, has a style of goalie he likes. He likes long guys with long limbs. He likes to talk about length, and it's not just about being long; it's about being agile and responsive. And he's a guy that can do all that. It's just about learning the patience and getting to what you can get to, and playing smart and not getting caught running, sort of in goalie speed, goalie terms, running around, not getting moving too much, just staying calm, letting the puck hit you when it needs to hit you. That's what he's going to be. But yeah, there is the vulnerabilities, and that Ekholm goal in the end was not a huge surprise, I would say, because we've seen it before and we're probably going to see it again.
Was there any surprise that he is getting the call? Does that surprise you? I mean, he did at the end of the day do enough to get what they were looking for, was the win.
Yeah, there is that element, and I think they like the confidence in the kid. They like the rebound aspect. It does make you wonder a little bit more about how is Casey DeSmith really physically. They say he's well enough to back up. If he had to play, he's fine, but he was dealing with some kind of lower body injury. Something obviously happened in that. Was Game 3. It was a total surprise that he wasn't in the net for Game 4.
Yeah.
And they insist it was all about him picking up some small injury in the game that, Tocchet said yesterday, you always have to parse a little bit with how Rick talks, but he tends to tell you what he thinks is the truth, and that was that he thinks DeSmith is much further down the road health-wise, and that in the end he's got ready to play. And, so when he talked about it yesterday, I was like, is he leaving the door open here? But in the end, he takes the advice of his coach, and Ian Clark clearly thinks that Seelovs is ready to go for round 2. Probably apply lessons from last game. Again, like I said, how do we sort through the traffic? How do we track pucks up high? Things like that. It's an interesting test. Not a surprise, but then again, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd done a different way.
Patrick Johnson joins us. Patrick, I got a real chuckle today because there's some Oiler fans who really think that Steve Kazari's out to get the orders. and I noticed that in Vancouver, they don't like Kelly Sutherland. I see them, oh my God, we're going to lose automatically. Like, what is it about Kelly Sutherland that Vancouver fans hate so much?
Well, it's funny. I talked to Leafs fans. I don't think they're a fan of the guy. I always laugh because I don't tend to think too much about the refs are, because I know generally it's going to be a grab bag of calls, whoever's in charge. But yeah, there's this long-standing narrative. I mean, he was the guy reffing the game. There's sort of that famous moment in 2011 when Brad Marchand was using Daniel Sedin's head as a punching bag a little bit there. Now people forget Marchand actually did get a penalty on the play, but I think the feeling is that he tends to let things go, which is what NHL refs do. So, that's why I laugh. I'm like, well, pick a ref. You can be mad at him at a certain level, I guess.
So 13 years, they're still mad at that. Okay, I love it, though. Yeah, you don't let it go.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I think we'll be honest about it. It was a painful experience for people here. It's going to sting for a long, long time. The only thing that will ever make that go away is obviously winning it all. And I think the truth now, deep down, as Canucks fans know, is that they're always going to get close, and there's always going to be something ridiculous that's going to keep the final victory from happening.
Patrick, what can you say about Ian Cole's game? The fact that it probably wasn't, the game that he wanted to have. Obviously, it didn't start off overly great, getting caught out there for too many men, the giveaway there on one of the goals. But just the fact that he grinded through that. What can you say about his game?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said in the moment, I said it was the worst period it's probably experienced in his whole life. Nothing went right for him. And then I see him today and I go, hey, how's it going? He goes, well, what do you mean? I thought, I don't know, it was pretty tough moments. He goes, yeah, whatever. He's a guy that's been around, right? He's been at this so long. He's played for top end teams. Everybody wants him. They keep making the playoffs. And he's a guy that's been super quotable. There's always a couple guys in the room that are always the guys you want to talk to. And he has been that guy for us this year. He always has a choice thing to say. He knows the role. He knows what he's doing. He's not caught off guard when people quote him profusely and accurately. He sets a tone. He's a presence that has been so outstanding for this team. He came in, a bunch of guys who, as he said to me before the playoffs, a bunch of guys who sort of told him, we're good. And he goes, okay, if you're good, let's make the playoffs, because bad teams don't make the playoffs. And that seems simple, and it's maybe a bit cliche, but he really lives that presence. And the other guys talk about that. They say this is a guy who understands what it actually means as opposed to just the words. And that he, against the Predators, let's be clear, was one of their best defensemen. He was absolutely outstanding. After a slow burn, a slow finish of the season, I think it's fair to say. Oh, sorry. Hold on, guys. Oh, no.
Hey, buddy, it's all good, man. We'll let you go, father, and we will talk to you.
1 second. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
We'll be okay. No, he was a guy, and speaking of Cole, he's got three little kids. I think I got to go here, guys.
Yeah, it's all good, buddy. We'll let you go. There's Patrick. Hey, it's all good, man. Fathering. There you go. That's what happens. 4-year-old dominates. We know who's running the household, but that's how it is. When the 4-year-old gets in one of those moods, any parent out there knows it's time to go.
100%.
Right?
I mean,
evacuate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Cole bounced back for sure, but it was, and then he had the CC goal that he did nothing wrong on, but just deflected off of him and kind of went in. It was just that type of night for him. And, the Edmonton Oilers, I'm still kind of flabbergasted at how few shots the Oilers had in that game against a goalie who was struggling. And, Vancouver's defense core is bigger in their second and third pair, but it's not overly quick. And I think the Edmonton Oilers, who have a lot of speed up and down their lineup, you got Holloway and McLeod, I look at the lines, and I know McDavid's got to be better. Like, that's captain obvious. Everybody knows, and he's more than capable of being better. If he isn't better, I'll be stunned. But I look at Holloway, McLeod, and Perry. That trio is really, like, they're not getting scored on, which is great, but they're not producing anything offensively. Holloway was very physical. I think he led the Oilers in hits with 7, so that part's great. But the next step for me for that line is to become now a little bit of a threat offensively, because they're really not. They're like, did they even have one decent scoring chance at all in that game?
Yeah, nothing that I mean, McLeod has actually been pretty quiet. And here's a guy now that, you know, for as good as Zadorov is and Myers, and, you know, hey, speed makes us all makes fools of all of us, right? I mean, if you can get in there on the forecheck, you know, and you know, get stick on pucks, it's not even just the fact that you have to be overly physical and run the guy through the boards, but if you can get these guys making some decisions or have to make decisions, I don't think their puck skills and their overall skill is overly great, right? So if they can take some time and space and make those guys make those pressure plays, I think that could only add up to some turnovers and for the Oilers' advantage, right? And that's something McLeod does very well. I mean, there's no one, you know, him and McDavid are the two best guys to get around the ice. You know, I look for them to add that physical, right? To be that physical presence, to kind of drag, you know, the rest of the guys into the fight and let some of those guys know, like, you know, this is going to be a long series, because, you know, they don't have a whole lot of size. There's,
you got Zadorov.
Yeah.
You got Susie. Like, Myers is big, but he's not really physical. Up front, they got Dakota Joshua, and that's it. Like, you know, Hoglander or Garland are little gnats, and they'll kind of get in there and stuff. But I like when LA wanted to play physical, Edmonton was like, all right, we're into it. I think Edmonton plays better that way. And so I need Kane, Corey Perry, Holloway, Nurse, deliver a hit here, for goodness sakes. So, you know, there's some guys I think who need to up their game physically.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, Nurse defensively, we've talked about it. I think for the most part, he was in, you know, a lot of great positions, but there's got to be more. If the Oilers are going to win and go on a long run, they got to expect more than just good positioning. He's got to be a guy that plays and makes other guys feel very uncomfortable.
Like, the one thing I saw is Kane and Hyman each delivered a pretty good shot on Hughes early in that game.
Yeah.
That's something they'll want to continue tonight. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown with you on Sports 1440. Of course, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. We'll update you on our auction, and when we come back, more on the Oilers, of course, as they get set. It is game 2 tonight. Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks after the Bruins and the Panthers. Man, the second round already. So we've seen 3, 5, 6, so we've seen 7 games so far. And I would argue that 7 games in the second round are already more entertaining than the entire first round has been. It has been a hell of a second round, but somehow the Hurricanes are on life support again, which is crazy. Looking like they might get swept. Unreal, but quality over quantity right there, Brownie, for sure. We'll come back with more live at Edmonton KUBOTA, 156th Street and 128th Avenue. Stop in tonight until 7, tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. It is the Big Orange event. There's massive deals on tractors and backhoes. And hey, you name it. You need a front end loader. You want to sit down mower? Oh, they got some beauties here, man. So stop in here at the Big Orange event, because the deals end tomorrow.
Whether you're gearing up for a corporate golf tournament or just taking a client out for a round, get your branded shirts, jackets, golf caps, and prizing at Elite Promotional Marketing. Before you tee off, make sure you head to ElitePromoMarketing.com.
Introducing the Female Super League. Female hockey is on the rise with more women playing the game than ever. Join us as we pave the way for the future of women's hockey. The FSL is more than a game. It's a movement and an experience for the motivated female athlete. Teams will compete in a showcase-style format featuring consistent interprovincial competition. Come be part of the journey as the 2024-25 season unveils a 12U division, as well as the launch of a groundbreaking progressive body-checking 14U division. For more information, visit FemaleSuperLeague.com.
Mr. Rooter rides in a hot air balloon.
Oh, wow. You can really see it all from up here. The river crossing the city like a water line, the Walterdale like PVC pipes, and the cars circling the Anthony Henday like waste swirling a toilet bowl. Which reminds me, which way to the bathroom?
There's no toilet in a hot air balloon.
Well, I will have to remedy that.
For a plumber who soars above the others, trust Mr. Rooter.
power. The locks are on a timer. They're going to get out.
Sounds like time for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Service team reporting. With the remarkable reach of our bucket trucks and other equipment, we assess, service, and maintain your electrical lighting and automation systems.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
The savings continue at the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Save 60% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching Love Cedar chair, or get up to 50% off mattresses. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
0% for 60 months. I'm not kidding. Where? Wolf GMC Buick. And it's GMC's Adventure Calls event. Pick out a new 2024 Sierra with finance rates as low as 0% for up to 60 months. If you're a Costco member, you get another $1,200 off purchase price on any 2024 in-stock Sierra. We're talking half tons, 3/4 tons, even 1 tons. If you'd rather an SUV, we've got low lease payments and an awesome selection on GMC Terrain. So get in today and get your adventure on. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Building or renovating, you want to work with someone who sees and understands your vision. BIE Engineering is a family-owned, experienced structural engineering consulting firm serving commercial and residential clients in Edmonton and surrounding area. Homeowner or large company, they'll work with you to help see your ideas through. BIE Engineering can help prevent problems, deliver solutions, and minimize your risk. BIE Engineering. Request a quote for your project today. Visit bieeng.com.
The savings continue at the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Score patio sets for just $99 or save up to $1,000 off appliances. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Bricks, saving you more.
Oh, j'aime mes cheveux.
Yalu Blues Voye Valasia.
No kami. Psycho.
Translation: I love my hair, and Dr. Vance Elliott is the reason why. He's an authority on hair restoration procedures, and not just in Edmonton. He teaches other doctors around the world how to perform successful hair transplants.
I'm Dr. Vance Elliott, and I want to be the reason why you love your hair. Go to drvanceelliott.com and contact us today.
This is the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440. Favorite us right now.
Powered by PlayAlberta.ca. If you gamble, use your game sense. Learn more at gamesense.ab.ca.
Positive Friday continues on. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown, Connor Halley with you on Sports 1440, live on Oilers Nation YouTube and Facebook, streaming at sports1440.ca. We are live today at Edmonton, KUBOTA, 156th Street, 128th Avenue, the big orange event. You can't miss it. Everything's orange around here. I love it. The lawnmowers, tractors, backhoes, diggers, you name it. They have it all. As Brownie was saying, the skid steers, the excavators, they have unreal savings, but it ends tomorrow. If you're looking, they'll have all the great equipment, but you won't have it at this great a price. Tonight until 7. So you can come here, do a little shopping, and then get home in time for the game. You got a lot of time. Game's at 8:20, puck drop. And then tomorrow, 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. is the opportunity to get in on the big orange event. Stop in the Ben Stelter Fund. Mike is that. We just talked to him during the commercial break. Him and his wife, Leah, are here. Also, there's burgers, sausages, hot dogs, cookies, chips, all free. So stop in today. It's a good positive Friday. Also coming up in 4 o'clock hour, our final contestant in Here Comes the Sun, brought to you by Action Electrical. Today, we're going through all of the email entries. So if you made your email entry, you're going to be in. So good luck with that. You do have 50 minutes if you want to enter. Go to Gregor at sport. Just email us, Gregor, at sports1440.ca, and say, hey, why do you want the Unreal package, solar package for you or somebody you'd gift it to? Either one. Now, we got lots more text, 833-401-1440 in our inbox. Guys, I know it's only one game, but were you concerned about the Oilers' inability to get consistent traffic and second scoring chances in front? From Peter. It's one game, Peter, you're right. Now, the Oilers, it's funny. The Oilers actually were third in the NHL in inner slot shots and fourth in slot shots, right? They're a team that actually has done very well in the regular season of getting around the net, getting shot. Obviously, Zach Hyman would lead the way there, no question. But they've done it before. So I'm not going to get that concerned over one game. Like, they barely had any shots. Like, their forwards had a grand total of 7 shots in 48 minutes of 5-on-5. And Zach Hyman had 3. So the other 11 forwards had 4 total shots, 5-on-5. Like, obviously that's terrible. So I can't see it being that low again.
Yeah, and they're definitely built with guys bringing in Perry, like we talked about, Janmark, Fogle. They got guys now, Hyman. They got guys that are comfortable getting there. And like you said, I mean, that was a game that, that they weren't happy with, right? And I'm sure there was video and there was lots of conversations about, hey, listen, we got to make this tough on, defense. We got to make this tough on the goalie. It's playoff hockey. We just got to get bodies there, right? So I would expect the Oilers to come out, with a different mindset, and they're gonna, they got to get there, because if you can get there, we talked about how big their defensemen are. Or if once you get there, now they're just big guys that are actually blocking the goalie as well, right? So, I think that I would expect those guys to feel more comfortable and be more aware of that for sure.
Hey guys, I don't care about what about the fact that the Oilers couldn't hold a lead? That really hasn't been their issue. If you go back and look at the Oilers' record when they're leading after 2 periods, I think that was only their second loss in regulation all year long, right? When having not even a 2-goal lead, I'm just talking a lead, 1 goal, whatever, in the third period. So I don't get too worked up about one game. It's the only game to go on in this series. I understand it. It's frustrating because the Oilers had a 3-goal lead. I get all of that.
Yeah.
But I don't think that one game is now enough to say, oh, this is a tendency and it's something that it's a trend and the Oilers have to be overly concerned about. They didn't. I think on a scale of 1 to 10, I thought the Edmonton Oilers started very well, right? Obviously they got the power play, but they only gave up 1 shot in the first 12 minutes of the game. Now, granted, it was a breakaway, but still they only gave up 1 shot in the first 12 minutes. So I really like their start. Then if you look after the end of the second period, I know there was that goal that Vancouver scored, kind of looking for a pass that hits Skinner and goes in. But they only gave up 2 shots in the last 8 minutes of the second, right? So they had stretches where they were good. Now, they also had 22 minutes where they didn't get a shot on goal, right? But I don't think the Oilers were awful, Brownie. I just, the third period was terrible, no question about it. And even not the whole third period, because up until Miller scored, Vancouver didn't really have a lot going, right? But then Nugent Hopkins missed the wide open net, hits the goalpost. That's a real momentum changer. I know people don't want to talk about it, but it's a fact. Let's talk about Nugent Hopkins here for a sec, Brownie. Here's a guy who historically, he's got to get going. There's got to be some 5-on. You can't play always with the top 2 centers and not produce 5-on-5. There's got to be some production coming from 93 5-on-5.
Yeah, I mean, it's, it wasn't,
but not just that game. I'm just talking overall.
100%. I mean, this is, like I said, let's not make a big deal of the fact that they almost won this game, and it wasn't their best game, and they were up 3 goals. And yeah, I mean, Nugent Hopkins at the end of the day probably could have fought a little harder to get through the check, could have been in a shooting lane. There was a point where he had control of the puck on the Garland's goals there about 7 seconds before he scored. I mean, he lost control of the puck, or guy got slipped up, got knocked off the puck, basically threw the puck away. So those little details in a veteran and a player that you need more, absolutely, you would expect that. But I mean, by no means, should you panic or push the panic button on his game, on anyone's game. It is a game that I think there's so many positives. It could have been a completely different outcome. I remember back, and I'm sure there's a ton of video, and I remember, games where, you didn't have your best game and you lost. And the next morning it was the MAC T. I was always scared of coming in the morning and being like, oh boy, am I going to be the star of this movie again? And there wasn't a crack sometimes big enough for me to hide in. Right. So that's the beautiful thing is that, these guys are highly motivated. They want, these guys have had past playoff experience. They've had setbacks. They're a team that through all those setbacks, they're hungry. Right. So we just need to kind of sit back, take a breather, and there's no reason to not be confident in any of the guys' ability to bounce back, or the fact that the coach, let him coach. He's done nothing but a great job, whether it's the adjustments or the uncomfortable conversations on, where as a team they need to get better, individually they need to get better. So, having said all that, it's, it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's not going to be easy. I mean, you look at the Toronto Maple Leafs. I mean, they got a great team, right? Now all of a sudden they're out. Everyone's questioning the core four. Coach gets fired. I mean, it is not easy to play in this league.
No, it isn't. I'm just looking at Nugent Hopkins, though.
Yep.
In his last 18 playoff games, he has 1 goal, 5-on-5. So this, to me, when I say Nugent Hopkins production, I'm not talking about game one. I'm talking about
Overall.
2022, he was good. He had 5 goals in 16 games, 5-on-5. That's excellent 5-on-5 production. But in his other 39 playoff games, he has 3 goals, 5-on-5. Like, it's just, and where most goals come, Brownie, in the playoffs, in the greasy areas around the net, right? And so, and when you're playing with McDavid and Draisaitl majority of the time, you got to have more than 1 5-on-5 goal in 18 games. And so Nugent Hopkins, to me, is a guy who I don't think it's unrealistic to say, hey, they need more production from him 5-on-5, right? Not a massive amount, just more than 1 goal, 5-on-5 in 18 games. It's just, it's not good enough. So,
and to get back to, like, when did Kane start changing his game? When he started to get more physically engaged.
Yeah,
right? So I don't think it really matters whether that is a big part of your game or it's not a big part of your game. If you want to change something, whether it's getting on the point sheet, to me, it's got to start with the grittiness and getting comfortable, grinding it out, playing in the trenches, taking hits, blocking shots, doing things out of character. When you start to do all that stuff, then all the other good things start to happen in your game.
Jason Gregor, Sean Brown, Connor Halley with you on Sport 1440 live at Edmonton KUBOTA. Hey guys, the Canucks versus Preds, all the games were low shot games. The Oilers, Canucks, low shot games. The Canucks are trending, limiting scoring chances. I think the Canucks are game planning this way. How do the Oilers overcome this style of play? And what are the Canucks doing to be so successful in limiting shots as a whole? It's a good question, Craigor. They definitely did it against Nashville. They didn't get many shots. They didn't give up very many. The Edmonton Oilers, now there is something to be said about shots and then quality of shots, right? Like, you look in the Carolina Rangers series, who has way more shots? Carolina. Who has more high danger scoring chances from the slot and the inner slot? The Rangers, and they're up. So, shots on goal are one element, but when I look at high danger scoring chances, the Oilers can definitely generate more for sure. I think it was 7 each, which isn't a lot in that game. I think Edmonton, like, you're one of the best offensive teams in the league for a long time. And as good as Vancouver is, I don't think they're that good defensively to limit you, right? The Winnipeg Jets were the best defensive team. Colorado found ways to get scoring chances, right? So I look at Edmonton. I think with their speed, I think with their skill, they could do it more. I think part of it, Brownie, when I looked at the first game, Vancouver, what Edmonton did that maybe went unnoticed is I felt Edmonton in the defensive zone, they really wanted to pressure high on Vancouver, right? Like, they had their forwards up a little bit higher. And so they're like, hey, if you want to go down low, that's fine. But once we turn it over, our guys are going to be able to transition. Because I think that's where Edmonton really wants to go, is if they get speed through the neutral zone. The problem was they didn't win enough battles in the D zone that allowed them to transition quickly and use their speed. And so to me, I guess the simple way that I see, and I don't know what you saw, I would say winning a few more battles will allow you then to transition the puck. And then McDavid, McLeod, Fogle, Draisaitl, like all their speed guys can now go through the neutral zone with some speed.
They're definitely a good team, through the neutral zone with the speed that they have. And they did, they absolutely did spend probably too much time in their own zone. And that's probably a part of the strategy of Vancouver, is getting it deep and putting pressure on them. We know that at times the Oilers, have struggled with that, right? So, and then on top of that, in their own zone, the one thing that the Oilers do really well is that they got guys like, you see it with McDavid and Draisaitl. Like, the hardest area of the ice to get to is the middle of the ice.
Yes.
Right. And so, over the season, the Oilers have done a great job. And to build off of what Patrick was saying, they've done, Vancouver's strategy is to kind of clog it up, the middle of the ice and force them to shoot. And now, that's going to force the Oilers to play a little bit more of a gritty game where they're just going to have to get ugly, get to the middle. But,
so how do you counter that if you're Edmonton, right? Like,
counter the fact that they're going to clog up the middle?
No, but what's the best way to break up the cycle that Vancouver? Because Vancouver really just wants.
The cycle.
Because they go against McDavid's line, and they're like, hey, you know what? The best way to defend McDavid is to have the puck deep in Edmonton's territory and then just cycle it around. We don't even care if we get a scoring chance.
Yeah.
We just want to waste 35 seconds.
Obviously they can't score if they're own zone, if they're in their own zone defending. And now all of a sudden now they're burning energy defending. And now when they get the puck, they have less energy and, probably have to just get the puck in and they're off the ice. So anytime, you can hem them in their zone. But to stop a cycle, you need to take away time and space. You need a defenseman to be able to take the body and actually, get on guys and actually stop guys. Like, it's one thing to contain, right? Contain, you still have time, a little bit of space with those types of players. When they have that time and space, they make plays, right? So you need to check, right? And so that's what Zadorov, that's what Myers, they're not only big guys that with good sticks, but, they're pretty good at just kind of smothering you a little bit, and they're checking. And when you're checking as opposed to containing, you're just taking that much more time away from skilled players, right? And it doesn't matter how skilled you are. If McDavid is an exception, right? Because he's so hard to, but for the most part though, when you're checking, you're making it tough. But if you want to stop the high power and the skill of the Edmonton Oilers, you can't be spending any time in your zone, or as limited time as much as you can, and you got to play in their zone. And I thought they did. Vancouver did do a good job, and I think you look at the NHL and you look at the different teams that have success, and the Oilers are a part of that too. Is when they do get in the offensive zone, both teams really have success when they start spreading it out. Guys they have the puck low and they bring it up high, and they create offense up high with their defensemen. Right. I think the Oilers have success with it. I think Vancouver has success with it, and you look at the skill of, Ekholm and Bouchard and Nurse and Ceci. When those guys start moving with that third forward up high and creating that uncertainty and that chaos up top, it creates a lot of lanes. It allows those guys to be, to use their skill.
Jason Gregor, Sean Brown with you on Sports 1440. Let's get to the Con Man, a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. They're actually a big location just down the road from us here on 156th Street. So stop at any one of the Fountain Tire locations right now, where you can save up to $200 off a select set of tires, including Goodyear, only until June 8th at all participating Fountain Tires. Go to fountaintire.com. Here's Connor Halley.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day, it's game 2 between the Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks. We're about 4 hours away, give or take. Game 2 out in Vancouver. Earlier on, the Bruins take on the Panthers down in Boston. That series tied at a game apiece in the association. The Knicks looking to take a 3-0 series lead over the Pacers when they meet at 5 o'clock, and at 7:30, the Nuggets trying to get back into their series with the Timberwolves, currently trading 2 games to none. Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays in action tonight, hosting the Minnesota Twins. 2 teams will meet on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, 1 o'clock, Sunday, 11:30. Both games can be heard right here on Sports 1440 radio feed only. Elsewhere around the majors, you got the Diamondbacks and Orioles, Tigers, Astros, Cubbies in Pittsburgh. White Sox host the Guardians. The Cards take on the Brewers. Rangers in Colorado. Angels host the Royals. Dodgers in San Diego. Mariners host the Athletics, and it's the Reds taking on the Giants. In the WHL, game 1 of the league championship is Portland taking on Moose Jaw. Puck drop 8 o'clock. In the BCHL, we've got the Alberta Division final. Brooks in Sherwood Park to take on the Crusaders. Puck drop just after 7. at the Sherwood Park Arena. And some news from the NFL earlier today. Wide receiver Zay Jones signing with the Arizona Cardinals. The 29-year-old has previously spent time in Buffalo, Vegas, and Jacksonville. Coming up in hour 3 of the Jason Gregor Show with Sean Brown, we will be joined by TSN hockey analyst Craig Button, and we'll ask 5 questions. This has been a Sports 1440 update. I'm Connor Halley.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Hi, Brad McCory here. Don't miss our 2023 clearance at St. Albert Dodge. Ram 1500s are now 25% off, with savings up to $17,000. You can now buy a new Ram for $45,000. Looking for a Ram 25 or 3500 diesel? Take advantage of the no-charge Cummins diesel engine. That's right. Pay for the not the motor. St. Albert
just after 3 o'clock.
$5,000 monthly giveaway. Buy or refer a friend to enter. We also have an industry-leading 4.6 Google review rating. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
The playoffs are wild. We all know that. And this year, Play Alberta is making it even wilder. Make a deposit with promo code Gregor50 to snag a $50 free sports bet with your next deposit. Get ready for unbeatable promotions throughout the playoffs with 10-plus odds boost on every Oilers playoff game. Score a chance to win a pair of lower bowl or even exclusive suite tickets for an Oilers playoff game just by making a bet on an Oilers playoff game at playalberta.ca. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Your love for strawberries is very passionate, you say. Just wait till you get your next taste of Booster Juice. The new strawberry blush smoothie made with strawberries, bananas, vanilla oat, and vanilla frozen yogurt will make you fall in love. And there's no tea like the Strawberry Serenity Teaser, a blend of strawberry juice, green tea, and honey. And for a tasty treat to pair perfectly with your berry obsession, the Strawberries and Cream Booster Ball has returned like your favorite dream. Visit a Booster Juice near you today or download the Booster Rewards app.
The sports world never clocks out. Neither do we. Sports 1440 has you covered with Fox Sports tonight after 9 and all weekend long. So when you're ready to head home, we're warming up again. Sports 1440, bringing you an all-star performance every day.
The Adventure Calls event is on at GMC. Get the 2024 Sierra 1500 Elevation at 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members can receive a $1,200 bonus on select trucks. With Sierra's available 5.3-liter V8 engine plus more cargo bed volume than any competitor, you'll have everything you need to take on any project this season, like building a brand new doghouse. That's a lot of wood. How big is this dog? Visit your local GMC dealer for details.
Building a new home? You may not need a residential elevator yet. But in the future, a RAM elevator could provide greater accessibility and even make your house more appealing to buyers. So book a consultation with RAM Elevators and Lifts and find out how to strategically place closets to save space that will accommodate the addition of an elevator when you're ready. Plan for the future in your new home with grounded simplicity, elevated design. Learn more online at trustram.com.
We've finished construction of our gamma radiation containment facility. Is it up to code? Is it going to be safe?
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Testing team reporting. We test your commercial operations using tools like infrared to ensure safe operation. Trust us to prevent potential calamity before it strikes.
Facing an electrical menace? Call the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta at actionelectrical.net.
O'Hanlon Paving is looking for finished skid steer operators, finished grader operators, Class 1 drivers, and more to join their Edmonton Road Crew team. Bring your positive attitude and great work ethic to their job fair today and tomorrow. Visit o'hanlonpaving.com/careers.
This Friday, May 10th through Sunday, May 12th, come on down to your local Mr. Lubin Tires, and $2 from every oil change will go towards the fight to end multiple sclerosis. So you'll take care of your car's needs and help those in Canada living with MS. Visit Mr. Lubin Tires for your no-appointment car care needs, servicing all makes and models. Friday, May 10th through Sunday, May 12th, $2 from every oil change at your local Mr. Lubin Tires will go towards the fight to end MS. Take good care.
Positive Friday continues on. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown with you as we are coming to you live at Edmonton KUBOTA. Stop 156th Street and 128th Avenue. And hey, I see lots of people starting to get off work. They're coming in. Lots of burgers being made and sausages and hot dogs. It's awesome. Of course, Mike Stelter and the Ben Stelter Fund are here if you want to get some bracelets to help them out. Also, most importantly, you probably want to do a little shopping for some tractors or front-end loaders, skid steers, sit-down lawnmowers. They have it all at the Big Orange event, and the sales are massive today and tomorrow. Tonight till 7, tomorrow from 9 until 3 p.m. And Kubota's spring program, the savings are doubled, which is fantastic. And you can save an additional $1,000 off if you get any of the BX, LX series tractors purchased today or tomorrow. And speaking of tractors, or up to Pete came in at $3,900 now for our 1-year lease with 100 hours of use for a BX23S tractor loader backhoe today. Now this normally goes for a lease for around 8 G's. So hey, it's a pretty good bargain today on a Positive Friday, and all of the money, 100%, is going to go help out the Ben Stelter Foundation. So Pete is in at $3,900. If you want to bid, 833-401-1440, or you can call Connor at the exact same number, 833-401-1440. It is the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. And hey, it's Positive Friday, so we're going to do this. Very quickly and very easy. We're going to do a little trivia for you. So call in right now, 833-401-1440. Up for grabs, a pair of seats to two funny guys, Jim Jeffries, coming in town on September 8th, as long with Jimmy Carr. Two funny dudes if you've ever seen them. So there we go. I would bring Brownie in, but he's eating, so I'll wait till he's done eating. Like, what a rookie! I'm trying to bring him in. He keeps taking bites of his hot dog. What the hell are you doing over there?
I was trying to time it here. I thought you were going on this comedy skit here, so I'm like, oh, I got.
I know. Yeah,
I didn't have time. Where's the ranch, by the way?
Oh.
Hey, where's the ranch?
Oh,
huh?
buddy, if you can't put ketchup or mustard on your sausage,
well,
you're just eating it plain.
I wasn't sure about how much time I had, and I know this
That-
show needs me.
You can't. No wonder you can barely chew. You just might as well just be eating that. Just you want some sawdust mixing with that? Holy cow!
Hey,
No ranch. Unbelievable. You actually put ranch on a hot dog?
I was going to for you today. just
Oh
to
my!
show you
Yeah, I
that.
don't know, but seriously,
how
do
good
you
it
do it
actually is.
normally?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I'm telling you, have any of the listeners tried ranch yet? Please, if you haven't, try it.
Oh my God, that is
Life-changing.
unreal. Like, I've had ranch, but I don't have it on hot. You put it on your
why
burgers too?
Yeah, it goes on anything. It's just like ketchup.
Oh, all right. Well, it's the brownie ketchup condiment.
Now I got to look at this.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry. Now, 833-401-1440. Up for grabs. You're going to get a pair of seats to see Carr and Jeffries. Okay. In Edmonton on September 8th. We'll do a little trivia. It's Positive Friday. We'll see how well. Well, I'm not even going to give anybody advance notice today. It's going to be, if you've listened to the show, then you should probably know this answer. I don't think it's that hard.
All right.
But, let's go to Darcy. Darcy, how you doing?
I'm good, Gregor. How you doing?
Excellent. All right. Sean Brown, of course, was a first-round draft pick. Can you tell me which team drafted him in the first round?
Oh God, it's Boston.
Ooh, buddy, you pulled it out. There you go. Are you related? Are you related to Sean Brown?
I am not. I'm just, just lucky today.
Just lucky. Oh, so yeah, that was actually a guess. You're kind of going off memory.
kind of going off memory and just whatever. Let's throw caution to the wind.
All right. Well, there, buddy. You got it. So stay on the line. Cons will get all your information, and you're going to go see Jim and Jimmy, Jeffries and Carr in Edmonton on September 8th.
Beautiful. Thanks, man.
Well, there you go. I didn't think he was going to get it.
Not a chance. Wow,
He was
dedicated listener.
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, we've talked about it enough. I've mentioned it. You know, they listen to the show. You would hope they would remember it. So
I can't. Half the time, people are like, "I can't believe you're a first-round draft choice." Like Craig Button was the only smart enough one not to do it.
Well, no, he said you were. He said that you were on their list. They quite liked you, right?
But yeah, I was on his list, but obviously he made a really good choice.
Yeah, maybe you weren't worthy of going 11th,
Yeah.
like Jerome McGinley. But hey, you know what? You still you played in the NHL, buddy. Nothing wrong with that,
True enough.
right? So
Speaking of that, they had the WHL draft yesterday. LaRock's kid got drafted.
Pisani's second
Pisani's kid, yeah.
boy got drafted.
Yeah.
So and congratulations to all the other kids. And I always tell this. Oh, by the way, we just mentioned Jerome McGinley, 11th rounder. He never got drafted in the WHL draft.
No, he didn't.
No. So there's always, because people, like, I'm amazed, unfortunately, at families and kids who just like, you know what, their son doesn't get drafted and they're like, oh my goodness, you know, everything's done. I'm like, no, you're 14. It's not even started. So don't worry about it. If you get drafted, awesome. But that doesn't mean you're automatically playing in the W. You still got a lot of work to do, right? And if you don't get drafted, that's okay too. I think the Oil Kings a few years ago, I think they had 6 undrafted players on their team. Like, there's lots who don't get drafted. You can change so much, 14, 15, 16. So
much does
don't
change.
worry about it. And parents, your number one priority if your son doesn't get drafted is to just encourage him. Don't let for a second. If they want to feel sorry for themselves for a day, okay, sure.
They should.
And then,
because they're competitive.
yeah. And then the next day, you're like, hey, guess what? I'm going to prove all those teams wrong.
Yeah.
And now you're going to choose where you want to go.
And use it as motivation. Right. I mean, if it bothers you, it just shows that you care. But it's like, how do you turn this negative into a positive? But yeah, I mean, if there was if any draft was done, this draft in 2-3 years from now, it would look completely different.
Oh gosh, yes, 100%. Hey Brownie, I put ranch on my pasta from Jasmine.
There you go.
Hey guys,
1 out of 10. What is it?
Creamy cucumber dressing on a hot dog's the bomb. Got to try it, Brownie, from Peter.
With a little hummus.
Why not? Yeah, I used to. God, I love hummus too. Just can't eat it very often anymore.
Why?
It's one of those yellow foods for the intolerance.
Oh, really?
Chickpeas. Yeah, it's brutal.
Get the
Chickpeas, tomatoes, brewer's yeast. So beer, like that one. Like, you know how you have to mourn losing something once in your life? Yeah. Like, there's a few days of mourning for me. Like, I could still have a beer every now and then, but not. I don't really drink.
What is it? Just bloated? Bad?
It's basically just Johnny Cash the next day. So yeah, it's like Ring of Fire. So yeah. So yeah, it's probably too much information, but there you go. So yeah, that's what
I still fight through it though.
Oh, well, no, trust me. I'm not saying that. Like, I'll still every now and then I'll have like even like I'm not supposed to have a lot of red meat, but I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm a farmer. Trust me, I like a good steak every now and then. But I definitely can. I used to and tomatoes every day as a snack. I loved it.
I love tomatoes.
Right. And so I had those all the time. Right. I ate tons of red meat. Right. And I wouldn't say I drank a lot of beer, but I have beer every now and then. So yeah, you could tell like it was the guy told me, goes, hey, so I had to go cold turkey with everything for 3 months, which was like I was cursing. I was swearing. Are you joking? Right. Because Tracy, you know what she got on her list? Kale. I was like, we don't even eat kale. Like, give me a break. That and kidney beans, like two things that are like I could go without never eating. I'd be happy.
Yeah.
So yeah, oh no, trust me. Like I was quite mad for the few months because those are things I really enjoyed eating and drinking. And so I cut it all out. And then he says, now try to incorporate back in. And so tomatoes are the one thing that's just a no-go. Like tomatoes are they're like almost instant now.
Really?
Like, yeah. So that's too bad. But I'll have a little bit of hummus every now and then.
Yeah.
Right. Because I love it. But just I have to monitor it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, best test I ever took though, because my body felt way better. I used to have little red bumps here and there, all gone, because it's your body basically telling you, hey, idiot, stop giving me this stuff.
It's amazing if you just listen to your body. It's, and just the importance of eating right? But it's, I don't know if you break a habit for 6 months, 3 months, or whatever it is, I don't even know if I'd want to go back to it.
Well, it's because it's food that I really like, but he said to try it because some of it, you'll know which ones are worse than others, right? And, so I figured out which ones, like the Like if I have 2 beers, it's fine. If I have 3 or more, then it kind of bugs me.
So what do you drink then? Wine. You're a wine guy.
No, God, I don't like wine, and I've never been a wine guy.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm more of a cocktail guy. Big whiskeys. Big on gins right now. I drink any vodka, but yeah, I'm more of a highball guy, like old fashions.
Oh, really?
But I'm a big, you know what? Like when I was young, you couldn't pay me to really, have like a mature drink. Now, like I like a sipper drink.
Yeah.
Right. Like Livingston he bought me for my birthday. He bought me like a high-end bottle of tequila. Because I grew up on tequila where it was like Jose Cuervo. Like, you're like, give me some salt and a lemon just so I can choke it down. Yeah. But now you get the legit, like good sipping tequilas. Yeah. Oh my God, they're a game changer.
Especially when you have it on ice. You were just at that. I forget what it was, in the West Edmonton Mall, the tequila,
taco shop.
Yeah, and they have lots of fine.
Yeah, good margaritas there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
terrible service from Mo, but really good. No, I'm kidding. I'm just chirping Mo and Levers. Right, Mini Me was serving us.
Yeah,
it was unreal. I could barely see over the table though. So,
oh, really?
So that was good.
What a nice atmosphere though. They did a super job.
Yeah, no, it looks great in there. You should check it out in Bourbon Street when you're shopping around. Coming up, Craig Button will join us. We're going to get a recap of the U18s because the NHL draft lottery just went down. And really no changes for the first time. Like everybody stayed in their position. The Sharks are going to draft first. Probably going to take Celebrini. But, man, there is a kid. Like teams are already starting to think for the 2026 draft because Gavin McKenna, if you haven't heard of him, folks, you're going to hear about him. If you're a fan of the WHL, he had 97 points as a 16-year-old this year. And this kid is only getting better. So we'll talk to Craig about that, some of the other kids who maybe stood out there. And then, of course, we'll get into the NHL playoffs, the Oilers and the Canucks. Draisaitl said he's going to test it out and warm up, but I'll be shocked if he doesn't play. Adam Henrique he's going to take the warm up. I would lean to him being less likely to play. We'll see. He could play because obviously he's in the warm up, but I don't know. Based on what Speck said yesterday with him, when they got into the line rushes in the fast part of practice, he wasn't involved. So that would lead me to think that he's probably, at least 2 more days away. Maybe he'll return on Sunday. Sam Carrick doesn't sound like he's coming in based on yesterday's practice. Of course, today was just an optional, but Brownie and myself both thinking, hey, they might need his physicality. So we'll see. Warren Fogle also looks like he'll be on the first line to start anyway tonight. Janmark back down with Brown and Derek Ryan. Quick break. We'll come back live at Edmonton KUBOTA. It's the big orange event. Huge savings tonight till 7. Then tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. 156th Street and 128th Avenue. Listen to the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Actions speak louder than words. Japa Machinery Group puts your construction plan into action with XCMG construction machinery you need. Available for rental or sale. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
Gather around the radio, kiddies, for the best time of day. It's Oodle Noodle time. Listen in this week as your noodle hero battles the barbarous Bobby Burger. Now sing along. You know the words. Oodle Noodle time. Oodle Noodle time. You know what time it is now. Get up and give me your best Oodle Noodle dance. Your best time of day is Oodle Noodle time.
I'm Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
And I'm Zach Hyman.
And when we're not making juicy sweet passes
or having my goals disallowed,
we're working for Legacy Heating and Cooling.
You know, guys used to call me a plumber.
And now they call you an AC repairman.
Nice.
Hey, guys, you're not here to fix air conditioners. You're here to sing the jingle.
Oh.
Well.
Okay.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year from qualified installers. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
This spring, experience innovation on the road at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, lease from 0.99% or save up to $4,000 on select models for qualifying loyal Volvo Cars Edmonton customers. Plus, save $5,000 on all new and demo 2024 XT60 Recharge plug-in hybrid models. Discover why we're Canada's only 13-time Volvo Excellence Award winner. Chat online at volvocarsedmonton.com or visit 1205 101st Street Southwest.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Try the new extra-large New York-style crispy pepperoni pizza only from Papa John's. Get you some of that crispy, curly, cuppy pepperoni on top of an extra large New York style crust pizza with creamy tomato sauce and a 3-cheese blend. This ain't around forever, so walk fast like you're in NYC and order one now. The extra large New York style crispy pepperoni pizza for just $22.99, only at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, better get you some.
My utility bills are going through the roof. How can I take advantage of the sun and put my lazy roof to work?
Sounds like a job for the men and women of Action Electrical.
Energy team reporting. When you're ready to make your home or business more efficient, Action Electrical has the power to install solar panel systems and EV chargers.
Facing an electrical menace? Call on the men and women of Action. Operating throughout Alberta with supercharged skills and strong family values. ActionElectrical.net.
When it comes to your heavy haul trailers, don't settle for a patch job that will fall apart after a hard day's work. Bring your unit to AccuSteel Heavy Haul Trailers. They'll solve the problem once and for all, keeping you working with limited interruptions. For 25 years, their experts have been providing highway and off-road custom trailers for mining, oil and gas construction, and renewable industries. They're your industry leader in engineered heavy haul trailer frame repairs, retrofits, rebuilds, and custom trailer fabrication. Learn more at accusteel.ca.
Jump into spring with a leap of faith and a special offer from Trademark Concrete Lift and Leveling. Book now and enjoy a 10% discount on our concrete lifting, void filling, or foundation services. It's our way of saying thanks for choosing the experts in elevation. Don't wait, spring special is on for a limited time. Visit trademarkleveling.com or call 780-691-LIFT. That's 780-691-5438. Trademark Concrete Lift and Leveling, where your ground gets a new lease on life.
For over 65 years, Denim Ford has been the trusted heart of Central Alberta. We're not just a dealership, we're a tradition of honesty and excellence with honest pricing and genuine service. We've proudly earned Canada's only 50-time President's Award for customer satisfaction. Join our extended family and experience the Denim Ford difference. Whether on the Wetaskiwin Auto Mile or online at denimford.ca, your journey to trust and excellence starts with us. Denim Ford, driving tradition forward.
O'Hanlon Paving is looking for finished skid steer operators, finished grader operators, Class 1 drivers, and more to join their Edmonton Road Crew team. Bring your positive attitude and great work ethic to their job fair today and tomorrow. Visit o'hanlonpaving.com/careers.
Positive Friday continues on. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown, Connor Halley with you on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube and Facebook. Jeez, Brown is trying to eat a hot dog every break now, it seems. Holy cow. Well, I'm just pumping down two now, eh?
Forced deck.
Actually put some condiments on it this time. So that's nice. They're unreal, though, aren't they?
How juicy and good are those?
Oh, they're on. So come down here to Edmonton KUBOTA. You can see all the great tractors and front-end loaders and sit-down lawnmowers, excavators. They all got them. There's a massive big orange sale event. And you could, if there's any left, I'm like, get down here quick. The way Brownie's going, there might not be any left before 7 o'clock. But 156th Street and 128th Avenue, come down, enjoy that. Also, Pete has it at $3,900 on our auction item today, which is a 1-year lease, up to 100 hours of use for the BX23S tractor loader backhoe today. All the funds are going towards the Ben Stelter fund. So it's worth about $8,500. We're at $39,000. So it's a steal of a deal. You're going to get a great deal, and you're going to help out the Ben Stelter fund. So if you're an acreage guy, a farm guy, now maybe you live in the city, you got a huge yard you need to use it on, then go right ahead. But something tells me the acreage people and the farm people want to get in on this. So you can text in or call 833-401-1440. Let's get to our playoff report now, brought to you by Action Electrical, where coming up later on in the show, one of you is going to be the final qualifier to win the $15,000 solar installation package on your home, courtesy of Action Electrical. Craig Button, former NHL GM, Stanley Cup winner, ace analyst for TSN, joins us. Butts, how you doing?
I'm good. I got a hot dog thing, so I'm going to ask Sean, and I'm going to ask you. Have you ever had the Forum hot dog or the Bell Center hot dogs?
Oh, yes.
Oh, the Lafleur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you, Sean?
Oh, yeah. Those are outstanding.
Okay. So Jeff O'Neill goes into the press room. He's doing media. Goes into the press room, and they serve him after the first period. So he goes into the press room, and he grabs like 3 of them, and he's bringing them back to press row. Well, the guy says, you can't take these into in the press. You got to even walk stairs. Jeff kind of goes up the stairs again, puts some in his pocket. I don't know if there's condiments on it, but he put them in his pocket, and he snuck them into the press box. And he said they were unbelievable. He goes, there was no way I could eat that many. And he said, if there was mustard on it, I don't care about the inside of my jacket pocket.
What an absolute beauty. They are, because they warm their buns and toast them a bit. It's unreal.
Oh,
yeah. No,
it really is. So.
Yeah, the Shane shows, as we like to call them in French. So, they are great. Craig, quickly, I want to recap the U18s. Canada wins, of course, in dramatic fashion. Get to 3 goals in the third on the 1 5-minute advantage. You have Gavin McKenna, the youngest Canadian there. He scores a hat trick in the gold medal game. He's 2 years away from his draft year. Like, I know you've been impressed with him before, Craig, but man, like, is it unfair to say this kid could be similar to Connor Bedard?
No, it's not unfair at all. It is legitimate. I go back in time. I go to 2013 at the U18, and that was Connor McDavid going and playing for Canada. Canada won a gold medal. Connor McDavid was unbelievable. And Connor McDavid had been given exceptional status. And, a lot of people, you know how it is, okay, how good is he? Well, Connor was really good. We've seen that how great he is. Well, Gavin McKenna, and Connor goes there and people are skeptical. And I get you're going to be skeptical. How good is he? I need to see it with my own eyes. I called it the coming out party for Connor McDavid internationally. So same thing happens with Gavin McKenna, and it's a coming out party internationally for Gavin McKenna. You always have to, prove yourself as the levels of play become increasingly harder. I don't think there's any question that Gavin McKenna showed that he's an elite player. And when you do what he did, not only in the Western Hockey League this year, but in against good competition in a gold medal championship environment, I mean, it's special. I said this during the broadcast, and I said it not at the last game. I said it during the week. I said, if he was in this year's draft, Gavin McKenna would go 1 or 2. That's how good he is. That's how in this year's draft he'd go 1 or 2. And Celebrini is excellent, but McKenna is. And Jason, we may have to start talking about him being a generational player.
Wow, that's amazing. Craig, what are your thoughts? I mean, Toronto's obviously red hot right now. What do you think of the press conference and the fact that they're talking about the core 4? I mean, to me, it's like the Stanley Cup it's hard to win. But what are your thoughts? Was it that bad of a season? Obviously, they struggled in the playoffs, but are they that far off?
So here's what I would say, Sean. And so they've won. They've got to the second round once in 8 years. Okay, the first few years the players are younger and it's a different scenario. So if we just take the last 5 years, they've won 1 playoff round and they've won 1 game in the second round. So I don't think they're close to winning a Stanley Cup. And here's why. I don't think they have the roster balance necessary to compete for a Stanley Cup. I think you can't be top heavy. We use the word depth to be able to have success in the playoff time. They don't have that. Now, I think it's too easy. I really do. People want to turn to the core 4. The core 4 have performed. Marner, Nylander, Matthews, they performed. There has been no problem. Tavares has been a very good player since he came over, and they performed. So I go right back. Sean, I never hesitate. I go right to the top. Who put the plan in place? Who's running it? Who's directing it? That's Brendan Shanahan. This was Brendan Shanahan's plan. Brendan Shanahan's plan was we're going to spend money on these guys, and we think we can win this way. Well, and he said today, well, the results are clear. Yeah, so you can look at the results on the ice, and the results of his plan are clear too. It's been a failure. Not during the regular season, but if your goal is to win the Stanley Cup, you can't do it the way he did it. So now it's easy. Okay, now we got to change it. Okay, we look at the core four. Plan was flawed. The plan was flawed from the beginning. And I was prepared to say, okay, let's see if they can do it. I think that they increased their chances of being able to be successful doing what they did. And it's been proven out. And they just didn't fall short, and it hasn't been successful. I think they failed spectacularly for two reasons. Their words, we can and we will, and this has been ongoing for a number of years. And they still wanted to buy into it. That starts at the top, Sean.
Who do you see as who's a front runner? Sorry, who's a front runner there to for the coaching position? I mean, would it be Berube? I mean, I obviously love the way Berube played, and I think he would be a guy that anyone would love to play for. You look at what his style, and I think it would be very similar to a guy like Rick Tocchet. Who do you see as being the front runner to be in Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, Craig Berube's a good coach, and there's a lot of good coaches, Sean. So for me, I don't think that. I mean, it's a great franchise. It's going to attract all kinds of candidates and good candidates, and I don't think they're problem. But let me put it to you in this way. So I talk about the team being top heavy. How's a coach going to change that? A new voice is going to come in and go, "We're top heavy." Like it's not. It's like and Sheldon had some missteps, and I get it. Coaches have expiry dates, and I get it. Change comes, but to me, until the roster changes and they get balanced in the roster, I don't think it matters who coaches. I really don't. And Sheldon was really good, and Sheldon proved that we can be really successful in the regular season, but come playoff time. And I'll just point to Craig Berube, who's a good coach. Craig Berube won the Stanley Cup. What happened when they lost that blue line? Craig Berube wasn't nearly as good a coach.
Yeah.
Or he was the same coach, and he wasn't able to have the success without the players. That's what happened to St. Louis. You can't tell me Craig Berube became a bad coach. They lost. I mean, you look at they lose Bouwmeester, they lose Pietrangelo, they lose Edmonton. Size and length and everything that matters come playoff time. That's what St. Louis lost. I don't think Craig Berube's the one that lost them, but now he's the one that gets pinned with the outcomes and the results. And again, coaches change. We see that all the time. I believe in Toronto. They'll get a good coach. Craig Berube's a good coach. And other candidates that we've heard are good coaches. Until they can get roster balance, nothing's changing. This was a flawed plan from the beginning, implemented by Brendan Shanahan. That's the guy that needs his feet held to the fire.
Craig Button joins us here on TSN. Butts, we'll get to some of the games. Of course, Carolina, the Rangers, it's kind of a case of quantity over quality, where Carolina, they get a lot of pucks on net. But if you look at from Sport Logic, the amount of shots Carolina has is way higher, but the amount of quality, like shots from the slot, high danger scoring chances, the Rangers have more. Their special teams have been better, and now they're up 3-0. Now, hey, the games are close. You win 2 in overtime. The other one's a 1-goal game. But this is kind of, we've seen this before, unfortunately, from Carolina, right? Remember last year, hey, this is the closest sweep we've ever seen. Like, is there something in their approach? Do they have to get away from firing pucks on net and maybe trying to create more quality chances?
I don't think there's any question. Jason, I mean, the Sport Logic information, I think, is telling. I think it does kind of describe the true story of what's going on. I think in a lot of instances, teams fall in love with data. Fall in love with the right data, not the wrong data. So, okay, you can talk about shot attempts and shots on net. Half the goals in the National Hockey League are scored from the inner slot.
Yeah.
So that's 50%. Another 3 of every 4 goals, which includes the inner slot, are scored from the slot area. So if you're not getting shots and you're not getting opportunities from the inner slot and the slot area, you're not scoring. It's as simple as that. And so and I heard Rod Brindamore again after the game talk about it. He goes, geez, we haven't played bad, but we're down. Well, here's the alternative to that. You haven't played good enough to win. And until you recognize that what we're doing isn't good enough, then you're going to run into the same problems. You're going to say, geez, we're doing a lot of right things. And Carolina's doing a lot of right things, but they're not doing enough right things. And that's where the quality comes in. And if they don't find a way to do more quality and do more quality right things, they're going to be out. And we can talk about how close they are, and you can talk about Shesterkin and team. It's not good enough. You have to find a way to get results come playoff time. And we're talking about 7 straight losses now for the Carolina Hurricanes. You better change your approach.
Oilers, Vancouver. Obviously Edmonton didn't like their game. Vancouver, though, they'll probably be pretty happy. They limited the Oilers to shots. They didn't get great goaltending and still won the game. They limited Nashville in the first round, Craig, to a lot of shots. Like, I look at the Edmonton Oilers, and they were number 1 in shot attempts in the NHL in the regular season. They were number 3 in inner slot shots, number 4 in slot shots. So they got to the high danger areas all year long. Not a lot, though, in game 1. How much of that do you put on the Canucks, or how much you put on Oilers just not playing up to their potential in game 1?
Well, I think there's parts of both of those, Jason. The Vancouver Canucks were a really good defensive team during the regular season. And they've shown that, and they showed that in their first round series versus Nashville. I don't think there's any question that they're a good defensive team, and that's certainly going to play into it. But as you point out about the Edmonton Oilers, from the time Chris Knobloch stepped behind the bench, they were top 5 in everything, and a really good, dangerous team. After the first 20 minutes of game 1, they had 4 shots for the next 36 minutes. They ended up with some shots late after they fell behind 5-4, but they didn't generate enough. I'll be really straightforward here, and I've said this on a number of outlets. The Edmonton Oilers got their butts kicked. They literally got their butts kicked. They did all the way through their team. Anybody wearing an Oilers jersey, and people will say, "Oh boy, this is harsh." They all look like Pierre-Luc Dubois. They didn't compete hard enough. They didn't do the things that are necessary to win a game. Doesn't matter how much skill you have, you need a will. And they didn't have enough. They were second everywhere. They were late everywhere. Look at the winning goal. I mean, Zadorov has the puck at the goal line. There's no forecheck. Nobody's closing the middle of the ice. Stretch all the way up the ice. Nobody closes on Dakota Joshua. Garland's allowed to skate freely through the zone. Nobody's checking him. Winning goal. That was just one example. Now, do I believe that that is the DNA of the Edmonton Oilers? No. They had a bad game. Everybody had a bad game. Now it's an opportunity to come out in game 2 and say, hey, wait a sec. We're putting that behind us. And certainly I think they can. I believe they can. I know they're a better team than they showed in game 1. And now they got to go out and do it. But they did not compete very well in any area of the game in the last 40 minutes versus Vancouver.
Looking at the other series quickly, tonight we have Boston, Florida. There's lots of fireworks in the end of that game. Tkachuk and Florida, they seem to play better. They like to bully teams. I thought Florida was maybe a little rusty in the opening game, but when both of those teams are going, Craig, I still see Florida as the better team. How about you?
Absolutely, Jason. The Florida Panthers, I believe if they play like they did in game 2, I don't think the Boston Bruins can beat them. They have depth, they have scoring, they have size, they have weight. They do. They're ready to push you around. They're ready to get into the sandbox and not just kick sand in your face, but kick it repeatedly in your face and then kick you out of the sandbox. Sam Bennett potentially returns tonight. I mean, we know what kind of edge he plays with. That's in the DNA of the Florida Panthers. And, it's interesting for me, and I'm just going to segue back to Sean's question earlier about the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Florida Panthers won a first-round series a couple years back, and then they lost 4 straight, scoring 3 goals versus the Tampa Bay Lightning. And Bill Zito said, this ain't happening anymore. I'm making changes. And, and look at where the Florida Panthers find themselves now.
Yeah.
I would suggest that, the way they play, how hard they play, how edgy they play, how they get other teams uncomfortable. Bill Zito didn't dither. The Toronto Maple Leafs fell in love with a plan that was continuously not producing results. Bill Zito didn't fall into that trap. You watch the New York Rangers. I watch Florida when they're playing at their best. if that's the case for the Eastern Conference Final, buckle up because it'll be something special.
Craig, what were your thoughts when you seen Pasternak fight Tkachuk there? Like, and for me, it was amazing. And you being a former GM and involved in the game, when you see guys do things that are out of character, and obviously that was for Pasternak, there was no way he was probably going to win that fight. But what type of message and how important is that for your star players and for guys to do things like that to just change? Things weren't going well, but what would that ripple effect be?
Okay, well, I think there's a massive ripple effect. So let me ask you, as a player, you played with good players in the past. You played with skilled players. Everybody's in the battle. Everybody's in the fight, right? And now you're sitting there as a player, Sean. You're sitting there knowing that you have a guy who's a star player, who's a superstar in the league, and he's willing to get his hands dirty. Like, the whole team the respect is already high for David Pasternak. And I'm not going to answer for you, Sean, but I have to imagine that's exactly how you would feel, knowing that you got a guy that's going to that's going to get ready to do whatever it takes to help the team win. And as a manager or coach, that's how I feel.
Craig, you're giving me goosebumps right now. No, absolutely. I mean, I love that. I love that this time of the year that guys are willing to, do things that are out of character. And obviously that's what you need, to win a Stanley Cup and to have success, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't. Pasternak's teammates, they're going to be fired up. Oh, they'll come home to Boston. The Boston crowd's going to be amped up. That's going to be a great appetizer for Oilers fans if they have time to watch that game before the Oilers and the Canucks. And one last one for you, Craig. The Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche. The Stars blew a 3-0 lead in game one. They had a 4-0 lead in game two. Almost blew that. Colorado comes back. What we're seeing from the Avs when they're down and their ability to score goals. I'm not going to say at will, Craig, but man, they lit up the Winnipeg Jets, a very good defensive team. They've scored 8 goals in 2 games against Dallas. Are you surprised at just how dominant they've been against what's perceived to be pretty good defensive teams?
Yeah, I think I'd be lying if I said I wasn't somewhat surprised. And good goaltenders. Connor Halley, I mean, when they scored 6 on him in game one, I'm going, well, that won't happen again. Okay, it did. It happened again and again and again and again. And Connor Halley at the end of the series said, wow. And now Jake Ottinger. Jake Ottinger didn't have as good a season as Connor Halley, but he's a good goaltender. And last night, towards the end of that game, it looked like Jake Ottinger just, don't shoot a shot at me. I'm not sure I can stop it. He was probably looking at the clock and going, that clock isn't moving. Come on, clock, move faster. He looked unsure of himself. And when that starts to happen, you can bet that the opponents, in this case, Colorado, they're looking to go, let's get a shot on him. He's not sure. And I think the confidence that the Colorado Avalanche gained in putting up the numbers they did against Connor Hellebuyck and the Winnipeg Jets is carrying over here against a good goaltender and a very good defensive team in the Dallas Stars.
Awesome, Craig. I appreciate your time. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the games. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Yeah, for sure we will. Yeah, look forward to it. You guys have a great weekend too.
There you go. That's Craig Button from TSN. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown, Connor Halley with you. It's a Positive Friday edition of Sports 1440, The Gregor Show, live at Edmonton, KUBOTA, 156th Street and 128th Avenue for the Big Orange event going today until 7, tomorrow 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Huge savings on all sort of tractors. You want sit-down lawnmowers, excavators, front-end loaders. They have it all at blowout prices with their spring savings that go, but it ends tomorrow at 3 p.m. So stop in tonight if you're looking, hey, Brownie's probably going to go, hey, it's a break. You're going to go have another sausage?
No, I'm full now.
Oh, you're full now? Too many? All right. Well said. What a weekly. Can only do 2 in 20 minutes. That wasn't bad. We had a lot of texts. What is Brownie trying to do? His Joey Chestnut impression? Yeah, that's right. He was. He wasn't drinking any water when he did it. We'll come back with 5 questions and more on the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. The savings continue at the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Save 60% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching Love Cedar chair, or get up to 50% off mattress. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Bringing every project to life requires the right team. By joining the Japa Machinery Group service or sales teams, you can be part of setting a new industry standard. Celebrating a legacy of excellence with Japa. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
The Adventure Calls event is on at GMC.
Get the 2024 Sierra 1500 Elevation at 0% financing for up to 60 months. Plus, eligible Costco members can receive a $1,200 bonus on select trucks. With Sierra's available 5.3-liter V8 engine plus more cargo bed volume than any competitor, you'll have everything you need to take on any project this season, like building a brand new doghouse. That's a lot of wood. How big is this dog? Visit your local GMC dealer for details.
A full-service provider of heavy haul transportation and rigging at the highest level. Next Gen Transportation.
We're developing new and innovative ways to transport oversized and overweight equipment to remote and challenging locations.
Our Next Gen team leads with a wealth of experience and expertise. But most importantly, we put safety first, so everyone gets home safely.
We also take great pride in supporting our local community programs and teams. Good luck to everyone this season and in the year ahead.
Visit nextgentransportation.com.
The savings continue at the Bricks 10 sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Score patio sets for just $99 or save up to $1,000 off appliances. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Bricks, saving you more.
Sports 1440 has added another player to our lineup. Tonight, from 6 to 9, check out Turn Sports with your host, Navin Romerick. Edmonton's exclusive home of sports talk is now rolling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Gather around the radio, kiddies, for the best time of day. It's Oodle Noodle time. Listen in this week as your noodle hero battles the barbarous Bobby Burger. Now sing along. You know the words.
Oodle Noodle time. Oodle Noodle time.
You know what time it is now. Get up and give me your best Oodle Noodle dance.
Your best time of day is Oodle Noodle time.
For 50 years, GS Construction has been laying the groundwork for your community. But they couldn't have done it without building their employees from the ground up. Many of GS Construction's employees started without any industry experience at all. But because of such programs such as GS's Next Person Up, they've gone on to become valued members of the team. If you want to join the team as a laborer, pipe layer, or pipe layer's helper, lead hand, operator, top man, or woman, or water and sewer foreman, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Weed Johnson, whoa.
Hi, it's Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and soon we'll be back to those sweaty, sweltering, sleepless summer nights. Unless you're enjoying the cool comfort of a new Goodman air conditioner installed by the pros from Weiss Johnson. Beat the heat and the rush. We're already getting calls for Goodman AC installs, so why suffer? Why sleep in the basement? Not a chance. Get your best quote on a Goodman air conditioner with no misleading information or offers. Visit wjcools.com today.
O'Hanlon Paving is looking for finished skid steer operators, finished grader operators, Class 1 drivers, and more to join their Edmonton Road Crew team. Bring your positive attitude and great work ethic to their job fair today and tomorrow. Visit o'hanlonpaving.com/careers.
The playoffs are wild. We all know that. And this year, Play Alberta is making it even wilder. Make a deposit with promo code Gregor50 to snag a $50 free sports bet with your next deposit. Get ready for unbeatable promotions throughout the playoffs with 10+ odds boost on every Oilers playoff game. Score a chance to win a pair of lower bowl or even exclusive sweet tickets for an Oilers playoff game just by making a bet on an Oilers playoff game at playalberta.ca. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Your TSN 1260. Welcome back. Jason Gregor, Sean Brown, Connor Halley with you. Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube and Facebook, as we are coming to you live right here at Edmonton KUBOTA on 156th Street and 128th Avenue, because it is the Big Orange event that goes tonight until 7, and then also tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Massive savings on all sorts. If you want tractors, you want front-end loaders, you want excavators, you want a sit-down mower. I'll tell you, I never had a sit-down mower my entire. Well, we had a small little Massey Ferguson, but the sit-down rowers now, they just turn and they're unreal. We got one at the farm, and I'm telling you, it is like one of the greatest things to drive. Like mowing the lawn, if you have an acreage or a farm, sometimes can be a little bit taxing. But I'll tell you, with this thing, you're just like, oh, there'll be a fight to see who gets to mow the lawn. So check it out here at the Big Orange event for Edmonton KUBOTA today and tomorrow, and lots of free food and beverages for you. And of course, Mike Stelter and his wife Leah are here from the Ben Stelter Fund, so you can come in and get maybe you're feeling lucky if you're driving away home, you just want to stop and support them, get yourself one of their bracelets, feel good about yourself. It's good.
I don't know how many sausages are left, but you better get your
yeah exactly. There might not be any sausages. Old Joey Chestnut, aka Sean Brown, him and Declan, to see who can eat the most. So it's good competition. Let's get to 5 questions, brought to you by The Brick, and their tent sale continues on this weekend. Massive savings, 50% off mattresses. Maybe you need to work a new one in. You can get that at The Brick. 25% off bedroom dining furniture and more at The Brick and thebrick.com.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, guys, question number 1 today. Fill in the blank, and it's one name only. Blank needs to step up their game the most from game 1 for the Oilers to increase their chance of winning game 2.
Well, the obvious and the best player on the Oilers will be Connor McDavid. I mean, I can't wait to see him in his first 2 shifts. I would expect him just to be buzzing all over the ice.
I will say, I don't want to go with the obvious one. Well, I'm Leon Draisaitl. I think it's a big factor because how he can perform through the injury, and it's very different than what he was in 2022. But he's been a 2-point-a-game player in the playoffs. If he's that again, the Oilers' chances of winning are pretty good.
Question 2, you're going to put yourself in the shoes of Coach Knobloch. What's the last thing you're saying to the team before you head out onto the ice for game 2?
I guess it'd be the attention to the smallest detail, right? And the commitment to, blocking shots and doing the things that they're obviously are required to, win a Stanley Cup, win a game, win a round, and they're things that it's a big ask to block a shot, especially at a distance, right? But those are the things that you have to do to a man. So I would say it's the details.
I think I'm going to go with a little bit different. I'm going to go, honestly, the Oilers' energy level overall. I don't think it was high enough. I think it's come playoff time. You got to elevate it, and the physicality factor, and also when your forwards only have 7 shots in 48 minutes of 5-on-5. To me, you're not paying the price enough. You're not winning enough battles. You don't have the puck enough to create chances. So I'll just say the Oilers' overall intensity needs to elevate.
Question number 3, just in terms of pure entertainment value so far, which second-round series have you enjoyed the most?
For me, probably Carolina and New York. A little bit of a connection there with the assistant coach Daniels, who's from Oshawa, and plus they're two really good teams. I mean, I predicted that Carolina would get past New York. New York is a really good team, but for me, just with all the skill, those are 2 great teams going at it.
I'm gonna go the Dallas Colorado series. I watched it, last night, and it was almost a tale of 2 games. Like Dallas really controlled the first 40 minutes, but man, the Avalanche, they're never out of it, and they just come at you in waves. And man, who's played great, as good as McKinnon has been all year long and might win the Hart. I think Nichushkin's been their best player in the playoffs. He has been an absolute horse for them. And every time I watch him, I still chuckle at some people that were trying to say that, oh, Puljujärvi is going to be the next Nichushkin. I'm like, might want to pump the brakes on that one. But you watch Colorado right now, he's almost unstoppable.
Well, and they're a fun. It's hard to pick. I mean,
I know
so many great series
yes,
out
there is.
there, right?
Like,
I mean,
we didn't. Neither one of us picked Florida Boston. That series been really good too.
Exactly.
Well, I don't make it easy on you, Sean. Got to make it tough questions here. Question number 4. One of the things that come out of the Leafs end of season presser today was one of the core 4 could be moved. If you had to guess, who do you think it would be, and where do you think a potential landing spot could be?
I think for me, I think the pressure of playing in your hometown is hard for anyone. I think for me, it would probably be Marner. I think the pressure of playing in Toronto, the market, maybe just his personality. To me, it looks like it might be too much. And I think he's a great player, but I wouldn't know what it's like to be in that market or have that much pressure and expectations. But just watching from afar, I feel like he could play anywhere outside of Canada, really, just to kind of get out of that, being that guy that has to face the media and can just kind of focus in on hockey.
I actually don't think Marner's really played that bad. I think, unfortunately, they gave him a contract that he was never going to live up to. When you're a smaller winger who's not a scorer, it's hard to live up to a, 10.9, whatever contract. So I think that's unfortunate. But he's the obvious one. I do want to say this. Is John Tavares really part of your core anymore? Like, if he is, I don't think your core is good enough. He's an older player now. He's good. But in an ideal world, he's the one you'd want to trade. He's older. He makes $11 million. That's the one you'd want to trade. If I was them, I would be trying to exhaust every option to do that first. I think it's going to be hard to move any of them because of the no movement clauses, right? Now, not impossible, just going to be harder. But I think ultimately it'll probably be Marner. But I think when they trade Marner, I think the straight up trade is probably a trade they lose, because usually when you trade the best player, you lose the trade. So it's a matter of how do they use the cap space and everything else to make their team better.
Final question for you guys, Hypothetical Friday. So what would you do with the extra time if you had a 25-hour day while everyone else had 24-hour days?
The extra hour? I'll go. For me,
Brown is like, eat sausages and get some ranch.
No, my favorite thing to do in a day is to get up before anyone in the house and have a coffee by myself. And so having that extra hour of just having a coffee.
What do you do when you're in there? You just like,
I just
look
whether I look at my phone, watch TV, look out, sit with the dog. I really do enjoy having that time before everyone's up to just relax, chill out, think whatever I want. And there's probably no better feeling when everyone does come up. I'm fully committed to them and whatever they want.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So you'd want an extra.
I don't like
an extra hour of alone time.
Yeah, I don't like waking up with everyone.
Want some more me time? It's nice. That's a good question. Well, I always find it hard to work out during the day, like to find the time. It seems like so. If I could have an extra hour, I would just be like, well, now I'm going to use my hour to work out. Now I'm done working out. Right? Not that I like train for anything physical, but just get on the bike, whatever, get that done. But then I'm like, well, now I can do all the other stuff everybody else does, but I'm already done the working out because I know I'm supposed to work out. I read all the details. I know all the, they're saying, oh, for every hour you work out, it gains certain minutes to your life. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they say. So I would probably use that. And it would be a workout though, that I would like, I wouldn't have to think. I would have somebody who tells me exactly what to do. It would be like laid out, a chart that I could do from home, right? Like they would email me, I'd wake up, ding, here's your workout of the day. Okay, good. Be unreal.
Yeah, there's enough apps for that.
Yeah, but I've tried the apps. I don't know. They find that after a while that they haven't been as great. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Maybe I got the wrong one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you use an app to work out?
I do. I got to change up my workouts. I do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with doing the same thing.
Yeah, at least I'm doing something.
Are you still stretching?
I'm stretching more than I've ever stretched. I am so.
Are you feeling better?
A tiny bit.
Like
I still
when you walked in,
this,
I didn't think there was a stick up your rear end anymore, so that's a good sign.
I'm a lot better than what I was. I feel like I'm on a little bit of a holding pattern, but yeah, I stretch more now than I've ever stretched.
Can you touch your toes?
Oh, absolutely. I
Oh.
go past my toes.
Oh.
That used to be the gauge. Every once in a while, I just touch my toes, and I'd be like, "Hey, that's good."
Oh,
I do
so
that
now
like
you
once
can
a
touch
month.
the
So
floor.
yeah, I'm full on.
Oh,
Yeah. So
see, I can't.
really.
Oh God, dude,
Yeah.
I'm as flexible as a crowbar. It's
What?
brutal.
What? Actually, once you get into it, it's not bad.
I know.
Rolling out. Have you ever rolled out?
Yeah, a few times.
It's actually
but
rolling
not-
out's harder than you think.
Oh, dude, it's the worst. That's why I don't do it
I
very
thought
often.
it would be relaxing. I'm like,
No,
oh, this
it's
will
not
be fun.
relaxing.
That's a workout in itself.
Oh, you roll out your calves and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Use an Indian rubber ball. It's way easier.
like a lacrosse ball.
Yeah. It's
Really?
way easier. Yeah, and it gets a little deeper. You can get.
How is it
pressure from
easier?
Well, because I feel like you don't have to prop yourself up and get into.
Oh, you just do it like on your
you
glutes
just-
and stuff.
Yeah, you can
Or,
do it on your calves. You can do it anywhere, but it's just.
How do you do it on your calves? Like on a hardwood floor?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Lay on the floor.
All
I
right.
find it easier.
Well, I got pretty thick calves though, Brownie, so I might
I'm
need a
looking at
special
those
ball.
little legs there. I don't know. I've seen bigger legs on a bird. I like the shoes.
Hey.
You've changed. Yeah, you got 2 sets, 2 colors.
Oh yeah, they're nice.
Yeah.
They're nice. They're comfortable, buddy. I like them. Like them a lot. What's your prediction tonight?
I'm gonna go with the Oilers in overtime.
Overtime.
Yeah.
I always like a little extra drama. All right, Brownie, get a sausage on your way out.
I'm full. I'm done. Me and Dax, eh?
Oh,
There might be a little. You can throw this headset out here. I think it's got a little bit of saliva from
oh,
back
yeah,
in the day
yeah.
here.
We'll
A little
watch it.
catch up
We'll
here.
watch it for sure. Have a great weekend.
Awesome. You guys too.
Let's get to the Con Man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by High Street Insurance, driven by people, not products. They're people taking care of people for over 10 years. Started right in Edmonton, have branched out nationally, but Edmonton is still home. Support local, highstreetinsurance.com. There's Connor Halley.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day, the Oilers back in action. Game 2 of their best-of-7 series, taking on the Vancouver Canucks. Of course, the Canucks up 1-0. And we're a few minutes from puncture hours. The Bruins set to take on the Panthers out in Boston. That series tied at a game each. In the association, the playoffs roll on. Pacers Knicks meeting shortly. New York leads that series 2-0. And the Timberwolves up against the Nuggets at 7:30. Denver desperately needing to win, down 2-0 as well. Major League Baseball, the Jays just about to get going as they host the Minnesota Twins tonight. First pitch set for 5:07. The two teams meeting tomorrow at 1, and then Sunday at 11:30. You can hear both those games radio feed only on Sports 1440. Couple games underway right now. Cubs, Pirates, Tigers, Astros, Yankees, Rays, Mets, Braves, all scoreless. Later tonight, Orioles, Diamondbacks. The Phillies meet the Marlins. White Sox take on the Guardians. St. Louis in Milwaukee. Angels up against the Royals. The Dodgers travel to San Diego. Mariners host the Athletics. And you got the Reds in San Francisco. WHL League Championship tonight. Game 1, Portland Moose Jaw. That gets going at 8 o'clock Mountain Time. And in the BCHL, it is the Alberta Division Finals. Sherwood Park hosting Brooks. That gets going 7 o'clock out at Sherwood Park Arena. And from the NFL, free agent wide receiver Zay Jones signing a contract with the Arizona Cardinals. The 29-year-old Jones, previously spending time with the Buffalo Bills, Las Vegas Raiders, and Jacksonville Jaguars. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet and Alan Mitchell from the Lowdown with Low Tide. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
The savings continue at the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Save 60% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching love seater chair, or get up to 50% off mattresses. Some exclusions apply. So the Brick, saving you more.
Hold on to your hockey helmet, Edmonton.
Pause the Friday.
On the Rocks is
Guy,
serving
like,
up to 67 wings that
prices
fly off the
with their
blade
spring
faster than a slap
safe
shot.
The savings
$4.50
The savings continue with the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Save 60% off genuine leather sofas.
Hi, it's Dennis from Leach Johnson, and soon we'll be back to those sweaty, swell.
Cash purchase credits on a 2024
And our time to cheer.
Sports Leader TSN 1260.
The Rocks.
Desperate
More now. Out nationally, but Edmonton is still home.
Savings
High
continue
Street
at the Bricks tent
Insurance.
sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Score patio sets for just $99 or save up to $1,000 off appliances. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Bricks, saving you more.
The Toronto Blue Jays are on Sports 1440. Every weekend, catch all the action with play-by-play announcer Ben Schulman. The Blue Jays, this Saturday and Sunday on Sports 1440. Edmonton's home for all things sports.
A solid financial plan is made up of more than just investments. Investments are an important part, but you need a more comprehensive approach. Vincent Pearson at Weird Pearson Akel & Associates Private Wealth Management understands that. He can help build a plan that includes retirement, estate planning, personal insurance, tax strategies, and yes, investments. Talk to him today and see the difference a real financial plan makes. Weird Pearson Akel & Associates. Call 780-988-4119 or visit weirdadvisoryteam.com.
Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies with state-of-the-art motor coaches. We provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation. Our seatbelt-equipped buses have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, contact Ted Nakamura at 780-940-0880 or visit silentrides.ca.
It's officially spring, but when the snow melts, the grass will grow. Came to your yard with the help from the Lawnmower Hospital. Live on an acreage? Save up to $2,000 and get 0% financing for 36 months on select Toro zero-turn tractors, OAC. For smaller jobs, go for the Toro Super Recycle. With personal pace and electric start, make spring yard care a breeze with Toro and the Lawnmower Hospital. LawnmowerHospital.com.
The Lawnmower Hospital.
O'Hanlon Paving is looking for finished skid steer operators, finished grader operators, Class 1 drivers, and more to join their Edmonton Road Crew team. Bring your positive attitude and great work ethic to their job fair today and tomorrow. Visit o'hanlonpaving.com/careers.
The birds are singing, bunnies hopping, and you know spring has really arrived when the CRVs come out to play at Sherwood Honda. Well, those beauties are frolicking all over the lot, and it's got Sherwood Honda a little giddy. So hit them up while they're in a CRV selling mood, because who knows what kind of deal you might get. Life is good, and Sherwood Honda sure would love to share this feeling.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Order your favorite pizza or pizzas and use promo code Gregor and get 20% off all day, every day at papajohns.ca.
Just after 5 o'clock, rolling through. Busy, positive Friday on Sports 1440. Many of you, guess what? Good news. The countdown is on. 3 hours and 10 minutes until puck drop tonight. Orders and the Vancouver Canucks. If you're getting impatient, hey, stop in here at Edmonton KUBOTA. It is the Big Orange event tonight until 7, and then tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. There's great deals on tractors and whether you need skid steer, whether you want sit-down mowers. They got it all, and an extra bonus $1,000 for some of the LX versions, as well as BX and B models. Check them out at Edmonton KUBOTA. Also, we're up to $4,200. Awesome on our auction item today. It's a 1-year lease with up to 100 hours of use for a BX 23S tractor loader backhoe combination. Of course, it's got the backhoe on the back, and of course it has the loader on the front. All comes as one. It's an unreal unit. So any of you on an acreage or on a farm you want to use this, it's a real good opportunity to try it out, see if you like it. Usually at least will run you around $8,500. So right now it's a steal at $4,200, and all the money is going to go towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So if you'd like to bid on it, 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. It is the Gregor Show, as always, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. And remember, if you want to get in the game this weekend, try the promo code Gregor50 and you'll get a free $50 wager and get your tickets for Lottomax $55 million up for grabs tonight. Let's go out to Vancouver. The Spec Report brought to you by GS Construction, as they're getting closer and closer to celebrating 50 years. That's right, about 3 weeks away. Big 50-year celebration for them, and they're hiring. This would be the perfect time. You could just slide right in, get hired right before the big bash. Unreal time. Go to Indeed.com and look up GS Construction as Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet joins us. Spec, we've been talking about, obviously, Leon Draisaitl said, hey, you know what? I'll tell you how I feel. I can't remember the last time an injured player spoke in the morning and then didn't play that night. So my gut, my spidey sense is telling me that number 29 is going to play tonight.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines as you. I'm just going by history. And we are always, as a media guy, I'm always dumping on teams for not giving us people to interview and holding guys back. Give the Oilers credit. He didn't skate. He did not have to come talk to the media today. He could have just sat back and not informed us of anything. So Draisaitl came out. He said, I think I can play. I hope I can play. I'm going to see if I can play. I'm with you. I bet she suits up tonight. I bet she plays.
Yeah. What about Henrique?
He's getting closer. He had the morning skate. And he's doing more and more. I don't know. You know what? I just don't know. He looks like he's skating pretty well, but no, they're not letting us in the trainer's room to take a look at that ankle or whatever it is. So I think he's getting close to playing for sure. I'm not sure if that'll be tonight or not.
Yeah.
He is taking the warm-up. He is taking the warm-up.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's, I guess, good sign that he's closer. You had mentioned yesterday, though, that when they got into the line rushes, he wasn't part of it. So that kind of sets my spot thing that maybe he's not ready. Read your article, Spec. You talked to, Corey Perry. They had a very brief players-only meeting after the Game 1 loss. I think anytime you blow a 3-1 lead, there's obviously going to be some frustration. What'd you glean from that conversation and, maybe what went on in that conversation in the room after the Game 1 loss?
Well, I think, you know what? If I know anything about hockey players, and I only know a little, I think one of the things that would have been said is we are sick of losing hockey games to the Vancouver Canucks, and we're going to fix that in Game 2. We can talk about, they lost 3 games when they weren't playing very good. And then they lost the 4th game with Noah McDavid. And, we had the 5th game in control. We didn't, you know what? Enough, right? If the Oilers are better than Vancouver, it's time to show it because they haven't showed it one night this season. So I would say to you, that the expectation set down by the leadership group here is we're coming back for Game 2, and we're going to show these guys we're the better team, and we're a better team than we've showed them all year. This is a big game for this reason, Jay. I think the Oilers are going to give you tonight pretty much everything they've got. I think they'll play an outstanding game, and if Vancouver beats them at that level, then there's trouble, right? The game the Oilers I expect to roll out tonight is a game that should beat Vancouver. I expect them to win. If they play at that level and don't win, now we're going to have a fresh conversation on Saturday morning. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah, you look at the Oilers, and was there any mention of like 1 or 2 specific elements of their game that they want to be better at tonight?
Yeah, they first of all weren't very tidy. Listen, let's start at the start. No one's going to say we got to get better goaltending, but they got to get better goaltending. Okay. It's a dance we dance in the industry here. We go in the room, we say to guys, hey, why'd you blow that 4-1 lead? And they can't say, well, our goalie let in at least 2 crappy ones. So they dance around and they say, well, we could have done this and we should have done that. So first of all, Stu Skinner, I absolutely expect him to play better. He has to play better. You can't win with that goaltending. After that, they need to be more physical. I didn't think they were that physical. They need to, the Nurse CC tandem, several examples of breakouts they should have began, and the puck should have gone out of the zone and kept going north, and it didn't, right? Vancouver pinned them in their zone because the Oilers did not execute the breakup very well at all. So that's where it starts. If you're pinned in your own zone, Jay, you're no good to anybody. I think they have to figure out how to be cleaner in the back end, be more physical in their own zone, and get that puck in a forward's hands through the neutral zone. And that's where the Oilers game really begins.
Mark Spector joins as well. And then you get to the offensive zone. You got to pay the price more. You can't have your forwards have 7 shots in 48 minutes of 5-on-5 and expect to win a game, right? Like that's just, they had 14 shots, and then what do they have in the last 36 minutes? Like then they went like 30 some minutes, Spec, with like 3 or 4 shots, right? After the first period. It just wasn't good enough offensively. And they were a good team all year long. That's why, it's an outlier. They were the team that led in shot attempts. They were 3rd in inner slot shots, 4th in slot shots. So they go to the dirty areas usually, but I don't think they did often enough especially any forward not named Zach Hyman. So that to me is going to be a focal point tonight for this group. And then the other one is Spec. 97 had his quietest playoff game of his career. He had no shots on goal. That's the first time in 55 playoff games. He's only ever had less than 2 shots 4 times, and 3 of them have come this year. Twice against LA, 1 against Vancouver. He's clearly a little nicked up to me. There's something that's limiting his shooting. But you know what? McDavid will fight through it, but he needs to be better. And collectively, because the one thing I found in that game, like the Oilers didn't have like momentum building shifts very often, where one line would get out there and they would hem him in, and then the next line would go, and all of a sudden the momentum's there, right? Like I was trying to think of a time, like maybe the first 10 minutes they did, but after that, they never really had any sort of sustained pressure where it's one line goes and now the next line's like, all right, we're going. And then the next line goes. They never had that.
No, they didn't. And listen, everything in Edmonton starts with McDavid. Let's face it. McDavid gives you that shift. He hands it. If it doesn't go in, they hands it over to the next line. They keep it going. McDavid generally will draw you a penalty every night. Most nights he will, because he's a very good player. And when it comes to, the column that I wrote yesterday about how, guys don't necessarily judge each other on having a bad game. They judge each other on how you respond, how you play the next night. I've never seen Connor McDavid, when healthy and in this situation, not follow up a game like last night with a far, far more impactful game. And he sets it going. He gets the other team nervous. He gets the other team's defensemen on their heels. From McDavid's play, it just bleeds right through the team. He gives the guys on the bench are watching and they're ready to follow. So I'm not saying it's only his responsibility to do it and his responsibility to lead, but when he does, all of a sudden the Oilers become pretty good followers. They become a pretty good team.
You go into the Vancouver room, Spec, I'm guessing they're pretty excited. What's the sense coming out of Rick Tocchet and that group, and what they liked about their game and maybe what they want to do better in game 2?
Well, remember, listen, they got a real belief thing going here. They had that game in Nashville where they were dead in the water, and they came back and won a game with, 2 late goals and overtime goal. They have 13 shots that night or something. So they feel they're magic, these guys. They feel like, I don't care if we're down. We come back. There's no, it's a cliche. There's no quit in this team. But when you've done it a few times, they did it against Edmonton. They're down 4-1, down 4-2 with 10 minutes to play, and they win a hockey game in regulation. So that's an intangible that the Oilers are going to have to get their heads around here, right? This is not a team that says, oh, well, let's finish this game and play again the next time. So that's a belief, right? This is intangible. The intangible is we just held McDavid to a, career low in production and shots. And man, did we handle him in game 1? We feel great about ourselves, right? We just came back against the Oilers. They had us down 4-1. We feel great about ourselves. It's up to the Oilers to get the Vancouver Canucks maybe not feeling so great about themselves after game 2.
Yeah, no, that is totally valid. Spec, enjoy the game tonight. It should be good. You get the you get the little preamble. I don't know if you'll be watching that Boston Florida series, but man, all the second round series have been great, right? Like I know Oilers fans didn't like the outcome of that game, but it was an entertaining game, even though Edmonton didn't play up to their potential. But that Boston Florida series got a little bit of juice. I think the Edmonton Vancouver series might increase in the juiciness tonight.
Yeah, it will. It will. We went around that room talking to some guys about having 0 hits in the last game. And no one is outwardly freaked out about it, but that's not a topic that NHL defensemen like to be talking about. So I don't think they'll be talking about it after game 2.
All right. Spec, enjoy it. We'll talk to you on Monday.
All right. Enjoy the game tonight, Jay.
There you go. That's Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet joining us in Vancouver. Jason Gregor alongside Connor Halley. It is the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Get your text at 833-401. 1440, 833-401-1440. We'll come back, our final qualifier. And if you who went in our email, Gregor at sports1440.ca, we had a lot of them. And we'll pick a winner here and get them on the line. Then we'll have Low Tide and more as we're coming to you live today from Edmonton, KUBOTA for the Big Orange event that ends tonight at 7 and then goes all day tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Massive savings that end tomorrow. If you're looking for a tractor, front-end loaders, if you're looking for a sit-down mower, they're fantastic. You want the track that has all 3-in-1, right? The loader, backhoe and tractor. They got those as well. Stop in 156th Street and 128th Ave. And there's free sausages. Trust Declan and Brownie. They're good. They're really good. Cookies, hot dogs, burgers, pop. And also the Ben Stelter Foundation is here too. So you can get one of their cool bracelets and make a donation to them as well.
Heavy hauling in the worst of climates can be dreadful. Take the stress off the job with AccuSteel Heavy Haul Trailers. They redefine heavy hauling with premium heavy haul trailers designed, manufactured, and battle tested in the harshest of conditions. And if your heavy haul trailer has issues, their full service and frame inspections will tell you exactly what's wrong and why. They take the guessing out of repair work with quality engineered frame repairs that get you back working quick. Discover the difference at AccuSteel.ca.
CW Eves Troughing is busy. That's why they're looking for experienced troughers to run one of their trucks. To get paid top rates, contact CW Eves Troughing at 780-435-1492 or email info@cweves.com.
The postseason is always exciting for hockey fans, but for GS, it's all about construction season. For 50 years, GS Construction has been laying the groundwork for your community, but they can't do it without the best team possible. GS Construction is scouting for experienced and motivated laborers, pipe layers or pipe layers helpers, lead hands, operators, top men or women, and a water and sewer foreman. Apply today and start working for the 2024 construction season. Visit gsconstruction.ca today.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
The savings continue at the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Save 60% off genuine leather sofas when you buy the matching love seater chair, or get up to 50% off mattresses. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Hold on to your hockey helmet, Edmonton. On the Rocks is serving up 60-cent wings that fly off the plate faster than a slap shot.
And Molson Canadian for $4.50.
OTR's TVs, they're so clear.
You'll see the puck better than the ref.
Plus, every game night during Edmonton's playoff run gives you a chance to be part of the Sack Attack.
You could win a Hyman jersey.
This is our year.
And our time to cheer.
Be a part of the legend.
On the Rocks. On the Rocks.
Jasper Ave 118th.
This spring, experience innovation on the road at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Right now, lease from 0.99% or save up to $4,000 on select models for qualifying loyal Volvo Cars Edmonton customers. Plus, save $5,000 on all new and demo 2024 XC60 Recharge plug-in hybrid models. Discover why we're Canada's only 13-time Volvo Excellence Award winner. Chat online at volvocarsedmonton.com or visit 1205 101st Street Southwest.
The savings continue at the Bricks tent sale with up to 60% off clearance items. Score patio sets for just $99 or save up to $1,000 off appliances. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Bricks, saving you more.
This Friday, May 10th through Sunday, May 12th, come on down to your local Mr. Lubin Tires, and $2 from every oil change will go towards the fight to end multiple sclerosis. So you'll take care of your car's needs and help those in Canada living with MS. Visit Mr. Lubin Tires for your no-appointment car care needs, servicing all makes and models. Friday, May 10th through Sunday, May 12th, $2 from every oil change at your local Mr. Lubin Tires will go towards the fight to end MS. Take good care.
A few years ago, I was doing okay, but the rising cost of living has made my credit card bills go through the roof, and I don't know how to handle it anymore.
Times are tough. The cost of living is causing many to fall into debt through no fault of their own. It's easy to feel overwhelmed and stressed. There are options that can help you get back on your feet. My name is Parveen Middleton, and I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I can help you find a solution to become debt-free. Visit bdodebt.ca to learn more.
Pause of Friday continues on. Game day as the Oilers and Canucks. Game 2. You've been waiting impatiently for a few days. Maybe a little bit of nerves. The Oilers go down 0-2. I guess they could, but they could even it up. And then they have home ice on Sunday night. And, man, it'll be rocking in Edmonton on Sunday. And regardless of what happens tonight, you know the crowd's going to be into it. So it should be a lot of fun. Of course, we are live here having a lot of fun at Edmonton KUBOTA, 156th Street, 128th Avenue for the big orange event that runs tonight till 7 and then tomorrow 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Stop in if you're in need of a tractor. They got discounts are in addition to KUBOTA's spring program, so your savings are doubled in most cases. Doubled. So it's awesome. Check it out here at Edmonton KUBOTA. Now, it's our final day to qualify for our Here Comes the Sun package courtesy of Action Electrical. It's a turnkey solar system for your home or somebody you want to gift it to, valued at up to $15,000. It includes a site assessment, the structural engineering, and of course the permitting costs, as well as the setup and supply and installation of a solar system. Few things. You need to be a homeowner, or they need to be a homeowner, and reside in the Edmonton area or 50 kilometers outside of Edmonton. And if you have asphalt shingles, 12 years or newer, simply because that saves your cost, because if they're older and then you got a replacement in a few years, it's going to cost you way more because you'll have this the solar panels on top. So this saves you a load of money, not only today, but long term, because, man, the savings you're going to get from this package is unbelievable. So a huge shout out to Blake and everyone at Action Electrical. That's one of the biggest prizes we've ever given away on in the history of this show. So I love it. Now, our final qualifier today gets in, and congratulations, Mark. Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Awesome. So positive Friday for you, Mark. You went in and did the email. I'm sure you've been trying on the text lines as well, but your email got selected. And are you? I didn't even have a chance to read it yet. The con man picked it. Are you keeping it, or do you have somebody you want to gift it to?
No, it's gifted to my sister and brother-in-law. They've had a pretty rough couple of years, and I think that would just be amazing if they had a big boost like that. So. Oh,
okay. I like it. Well, that's awesome. And hey, Mark, what is your expectations tonight for the Oilers and the Canucks?
Well, I am a little anxious about it, but I think they're going to win 5-2 tonight. Oilers, that is.
5-2 Oilers. All right, Mark. Well, hey, have a positive Friday, and be sure to tune in next Friday, because that's when we will announce the winner in Here Comes the Sun.
That's great. Thank you very much.
There you go. So, final contestants in, and Mark Connor's got him on the line. Getting we already got his email stuff, so he's fully qualified. And then we'll get now. There's some people out there that have qualified but haven't sent in their email yet. So there's one final step. It's very simple, but we'll reach out to them and make sure that everybody gets in, and then we have the draw, and somebody's going to walk away with a $15,000 package. Amazing from Action Electrical. It is the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca. You know what's amazing? Lotto Max, 55 mil, up for grabs. Hopefully it's one of you. Now that's the ultimate positive Friday. Just remember, though, if it is one of you, share the wealth. We might have to have a Sports 1440 party. I think if you want 55 mil, we'll help you organize it. It could be a lot of fun. Now, let's get to the oil report, brought to you by VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. Of course, you can save up to $5,000 right now on all new or demo 2024 XC60 recharge plug-in hybrid models at Canada's #1 Volvo dealership, VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. As Alan Mitchell joins us, he was down here earlier. Hey, Al, how many sausages or hot dogs, hamburgers did you have when you were here?
I had one hamburger. It was delicious. I have to tell you, I really enjoyed it. It was very good.
Okay, so you weren't in competition with the old Deckman and Brownie. Those guys were they're doing their Joey Chestnut impersonations here this afternoon, just crushing them.
No,
so.
you know, I'm a little old for that. You know, I think I can't keep up with Declan in, you know, pretty much anything. The looks department, the way he wears glasses, and I'm sure if we got into an eating contest, he'd beat me pretty easily.
Yeah. What about a shooting contest tonight, Al? The Edmonton Oilers. Do you think they can get more than 25 shots in this game?
I think so. I think there's a chance we'll see a repeat of the first, you know, half of the game where the Oilers have a reasonable lead. And I also think that they just, they have to not let their foot off the gas. And that was a game that was there for them. They didn't win it, and they've been down this road before. And I do think that there's a learning curve for every young team. They're not a young team anymore. And Vancouver is a very hungry, smart team, and they have depth, and we saw that. So my suspicion is we'll see a repeat early on what we saw in game number 1. But the Oilers, because they are, I think they're a real good hockey club. I think they will react better and end up winning this game. Similar to the start, and then a much better ending for the Oilers.
What's your expectations for Shelov's in goal tonight for Vancouver?
Well, I think he's, with all due respect, I think he's had a hell of a run, and regression is a thing. I think he came into the series with like a .935 or something save percentage, and it's a small sample size. We know that. The Oilers are a very talented offensive team, and I suspect that, he lost his net on the one goal, the Ekholm goal, maybe another one that he'd like to have back. I think that I'm not saying it's Cinderella midnight, but I do think that he's going to regress, and I think that will continue tonight.
Cinderella midnight. Ooh, I like that. We've talked a lot about, the injuries. Obviously, I think everybody's expecting Leon Draisaitl to play. Adam Henrique, maybe not so much. I want to get your thoughts, though, on the Oilers' third line, McLeod and Perry. Now, they've done a great job of limiting goals against, right? Excellent. But they really, even as Holloway scored both his goals essentially on the fourth line. I know that Draisaitl was on a shift change, and so he was on the ice for one of them. But I look at, when Holloway, McLeod, and Perry, Holloway had 7 hits. I'm not critiquing their effort, but their offensive execution has really been limited, Al. And they don't need to score a lot, because I was looking in the history in regular season games, you don't need big production, but you need some production. And it's 6 games for McLeod and Perry with nothing. And since Holloway's been up there for 4 games, they really they haven't gotten a lot of dangerous chances 5-on-5. They've been great defensively, but what do you need to see from them to kind of have a pulse offensively?
Well, exactly that. And I think that we've seen that, we've seen McLeod say with Warren Foegele have some success. And Foegele is a little bit different type of player than Holloway, maybe a little more aggressive in the offensive zone, although Holloway is as well. And I just think they have to, sometimes when you're in a slump, and they are, and it is a small sample, you just need a little bit of luck, and they may need that too. But I Perry is a really bright player in the offensive zone, and McLeod is doing a better job going to the net. They need one to get in, but I think Holloway, I really like Holloway, but I think Foegele might be a better fit there. They can't afford that right now, but that would be something that maybe they could look at if it continues to be a bit of a slump.
So if you put Foegele, who would you take off?
Holloway, right?
Okay.
And then you put McLeod and Perry.
So would you put Holloway with McDavid, or are you assuming when Henrique's in, you would put Holloway back on the fourth line?
Right. That's what I was assuming Henrique. I think I like Holloway, but I think the McDavid line might be I put it this way. I think if the coach wanted that, it would already have happened. And I think the coach knows more about Holloway than I do.
Yeah, no, and that's totally fair. I the one thing about Dylan Holloway is if you're not scoring, you got to do other things, and that's what he did last game. He was finishing every check. He was very physical, which is what you want. For a guy with his speed and his size, there's different ways to get in the game, and so those are things that you don't necessarily see the results right away, but it builds up. And the one thing I saw early in the game, Evander Kane and Zach Hyman, they both got some pretty good licks in on Quinn Hughes. Didn't see it after that. Now, maybe Hughes just got more aware, but I thought the Oilers, Al, now they didn't have the puck as much, but the one thing that lacked in periods 2 and 3, they weren't nearly as aggressive on their forecheck as they were in the first period. And I think that's something that they have to continue right from the get-go tonight.
Yeah, I think they got passive, and look, I think it's human nature. Everybody gets so angry at the Oilers, but I do think when you're up 4-1, it's human nature. Get the puck to center, dump it in, shift change, all that. Look at us, we're doing great. And the things that you agreed upon at the beginning of the game, you stop doing because you feel like the game is won, and that gives the other side a little bit of momentum because they don't have to, work really hard to get out of their own zone. It's like it is predictable in that way where a team gets up big and then they sort of relax and they're running out the clock. Lesson learned. I think the Oilers will get a lead again tonight, and I suspect that they'll be much better at being aggressive and not being as passive.
Al, enjoy the game. Quickly, I know that you follow the Bruins closely. What do you make of that series?
Well, I mean, the Bruins have surprised me. I thought that they would be much more challenged by the Toronto Maple Leafs, and now they got they went down and they did what they had to do in Florida. I'm not going to say they're going to win, but I think there's a little bit more spine to this team. I really worried all year and still do about their situation at center. But the goaltending's strong. The defense is held. We'll see. Right now, I don't think anybody's getting past the Rangers in the East, but we'll see.
Al, have a great weekend, my man. What's the Oilers' record going to be on Monday in this series?
They will be up 2-1.
2-1. So a Friday, Sunday victory. All right.
Yep.
Just like last round. All right, Al, thanks for your time.
All right. Have a great weekend.
There you go. That's Al Mitchell, host of The Lowdown, noon to 2, every day, weekdays on Sports 1440. We're live at Edmonton, KUBOTA. And congratulations to Mike with the House to High Rise Property Services. He was our big winner at $4,200 for a 1-year lease on the BX23S tractor loader backhoe today. All the funds going towards the Ben Stelter Foundation. So thank you very much, Mike. And Cody from KUBOTA will be getting a hold of you, lining up everything with the Ben Stelter Foundation. So that is awesome on a positive Friday. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up. We got a lot of texts to get to. It's your time. Let me know via the text line, or you can call in. We'll have some open line time. What's your thoughts? What you thinking tonight, Oilers and Canucks? We'll see what everyone expects for Game 2 here on Sports 1440. It's the Jason Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Be sure to text us in the eWell inbox 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. Call or text.
The playoffs are wild. We all know that. And this year, Play Alberta is making it even wilder. Make a deposit with promo code Gregor50 to snag a $50 free sports bet with your next deposit. Get ready for unbeatable promotions throughout the playoffs with 10+ odds boost on every Oilers playoff game. Score a chance to win a pair of lower bowl or even exclusive sweet tickets for an Oilers playoff game just by making a bet on an Oilers playoff game at playalberta.ca. Bonus terms and conditions apply.
Until June 8th, make the shift to more savings at Fountain Tire and get up to $200 off a set of 4 select tires, plus a bonus $50 off any service of $150 or more. Restrictions apply. Financing available. Book online today. I can tell by the look on your face you're thinking about it.
Building or renovating, you want to work with someone who sees and understands your vision. BIE Engineering is a family-owned, experienced structural engineering consulting firm serving commercial and residential clients in Edmonton and surrounding area. Homeowner or large company, they'll work with you to help see your ideas through. BIE Engineering.
.com. What's cracking at Cattail? Their men's league. Play 18 holes for 18 weeks on Tuesdays from 2 to 6 p.m. Then complete the day and head to Out of Bounds. Recently ranked one of Canada's top 10 in fine dining restaurants. For details, visit cattailcrossing.ca.
Sports 1440 has added another player to our lineup. Tonight, from 6 to 9, check out Turn Sports with your host, Navin Romerick. Edmonton's exclusive home of sports talk is now rolling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hi, Dennis from Weeks Johnson here. We all know how unpredictable Edmonton weather is. Extended falls to late winters, and who knows what spring and summer will bring. Regardless of the outdoors, your indoors will be comfortable with Weeks Johnson and Goodman. Whether it's a new Goodman air conditioner, heat pump, or furnace, using our expertise, we'll give you the best quote on Goodman products with no misleading information or offers. Just what's best for your family. Visit wjcools.com today.
Introducing Tim's new flatbread pizza, served hot out of the oven in 4 delicious flavors with Simply Cheese, starting from $6.99 plus tax. There's a new Tim's run in town. Try one today. Terms and conditions apply at participating restaurants in Canada.
Whoa. I earned that much Canadian Tire money on top of those sweet discounts.
Did they make a mistake?
Value so stacked, you'll wonder if it's a mistake. The Triangle Max Stack event, now till May 16th at Canadian Tire, Sport Chek, and Mark. Conditions apply. Discounts available to all shoppers.
What's new at Vision RV? Too much to tell you in 30 seconds, but I'll do my best. Larry Ricci here. And at Vision RV, the beautiful brand new 2024s have arrived. Have they ever? Ultra-modern designs, unparalleled comfort, and the technology out of this world. We also have a great selection of pre-owned units priced to move today. So why not bring your family and get to know the Vision family? We're open 7 days a week, just south of the Yellowhead on Highway 60.
Eric Mikowski here, head of the family at Furnace Found. We are expecting another hot summer. So what are you waiting for to install air conditioning? A few sleepless nights? Your family complaining? Or the hot spell when we have a 3-week wait? The time to get AC is now. Our expert installers are typically done in a few hours, and your family is comfortable all summer long. Daikin is offering a $1,775 rebate on a complete fit air conditioning system. Visit furnacefamily.com. Jingle time.
Done right, day or night. Furnacefamily.com.
Oh, a little extra brass bonanza for you on a positive Friday as you make your way home, getting set for Game 2 of the Pacific Division Final. Oilers and the Canucks. Now, the Edmonton Oilers, there's been 15 times in NHL history that a team has lost or blown a 3-goal lead and lost the game, but then won the series. Only 15 times. The Oilers were actually the first team to ever do it back in 1984 in Game 2 against the Calgary Flames. They lost. They were up 3-0 in that game. Ended up losing 6-5. Actually, no, my apologies. They were up 4-1. Ended up losing 6-5. But then they won Game 3 and 4, lost 5 and 6, and 1 and 7 en route to their first Stanley Cup in 1984. Now, again, in 1987, the Oilers did it. Also, the first and only team to ever do it in the Stanley Cup final against the Philadelphia Flyers. In Game 3, the Oilers got up 3. They won Game 1 and 2. They were up 3-0 in Game 3, only 22 minutes into the game. Then they gave up 2 goals in the end of the second, and then 3 goals in the third, and lost 5-3. But then they rebounded, won Game 4. Lost Games 5 and 6, but then won Game 7. So both times they needed 7 games to win the series. Now, neither time did it happen in Game 1. It happened in Games 2 and 3. But so the Edmonton Oilers, if they're going to win this series, they will become the only franchise to have ever had 3 series wins when one of the games involved them blowing a 3-goal lead. So a little history potentially on their side. The other factor is the other times they've done it, they've rebounded to win the next game. So if you're a believer in trends, even though these trends are decades apart, that's something because we had people texting, Gregor, give me something that I don't know on why the Oilers will win. Now, I can't say the Oilers will win for sure. I wish I could. If I did, I'd go to playalberta.ca and I'd be putting down a lot of shekels on it, guaranteeing the Oilers win. But if there were guarantees, we'd all be winning. They're in guarantees in sports. We never know what will happen. But I do expect the Oilers to have a much better effort. And I'm not sold on Shelov's in goal for Vancouver at all. I don't think he has a long enough track record. He doesn't have a good enough track record of the American League. I think this is a guy that they definitely can beat consistently, especially if they get more shots and quality shots too. Don't just start shooting from the outside and, flutter shots, anything like I'm talking legit scoring chances. So, we'll see about that. But I'm going to get Connor and Declan in here and a little three-way conversation to end the show. We do have a lot of text flying in, 833-401-1440. Pretty much the majority are Oilers winning, I'll say. The most common score on the text line is 4-3. So many predicted a win, but a tight victory. Hey, guys, what should scare the Canucks is that Connor can go off at any point from Harry. Hey, boys, my only concern is the Oilers don't check enough. If they do, I think we'll win, from perplexed Oilers fans. So, hey, we'll see. The Oilers, I think they have to be more emotionally engaged in this game, and I don't think they were in game one. So, Cons, Dex, Cons, I'll start with you. What's your expectation for tonight?
Well, I mean, you know, I don't feel too optimistic, Gregor. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just stuck in this studio by myself all day. But you know, I think the Oilers kind of fortunate to get things going. They got some sloppy goals, so I hope they take it into their own hands and really have a good performance and lock it down. But I feel like the Canucks find a way to get the job done again here tonight. Hate to be that guy, but Gregor, I'm not feeling too confident about it. These injuries keep popping up. We're out of these questions. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I feel like the Canucks take this one.
Deck?
I think we see a lot of energy out of the gate. You touched on energy earlier when you were talking to Brownie, and I think the Oilers come out with that energy. I think they get up big early. I think the Canucks claw back a little bit. I think the game finishes 5-3 with an empty netter, but I think it's a game that isn't as close as a 2-goal final difference would indicate.
And both of you are expecting now. I think we all expect Draisaitl to play. What kind of impact do you think he has in the game?
I think he's going to be good. I mean, I've talked about it quite a bit on Fantasy Frenzy, Gregor, when he had that high ankle sprain. Like he almost elevated his game. 32 points in 16 games that playoff. I don't think it's going to let it get, stifle him too much. I think with this technologies we have, these painkillers, the juices that are going to be flowing for him, I think he'll be out there, be his usual self, and be a high impact player, kind of like we've seen and become accustomed to him in the playoffs, just with his ability to raise the game. So I would not be worried about Leon Draisaitl. That's one guy who I know is going to bring it tonight.
I mostly echo Connor's sentiments. I think the one thing I would maybe say is that he has more moments where we kind of scratch our heads and roll our eyes a little bit, but he has one big game-changing offensive moment that we all point to and say, this is the Leon Draisaitl we know and expect.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, if it's a back injury, to me, that's ankle's one thing. But if it's a back, now, the fact that he came back, I view that as actually a positive. So, obviously, they went in, because I looked at it. So, he had his final shift was at 28:47. Now, then of the second period. Now, he did come back and he took that one little 10-second lap. In, out. It was like the Abe Simpson, right? He walks in the bar, hat off, boop, turns around, and he's out. So, he tried. Then he went back in the room. So when you consider the amount of time of actual playing time, which was 11 minutes and change, and the intermission, like that in itself, like that's probably 45 minutes. So he's getting treatment on whatever it was. It was good enough for him to come back and play. And he took a regular shift in the third period. So I would think that since then he's had a lot of treatment. He's doing whatever he can. And nowadays, hyperbaric chambers, you name it, they do all sorts of different stuff. So I would think if it was his back and it acted up, it's good. The problem is a back can be re-aggravated very quickly over something. So that's my only concern about Draisaitl, is that if it indeed is his back, you'd much rather have an ankle, because if it's an ankle, you're like, okay, you know what? We can tape it. And then it comes down more to like a pain threshold than anything else, because it's uncomfortable. When your back is if your back is seizing up, anybody out there who knows has had back problems, you can't move, right? Like you can try whatever you want, but you can't move. So that's that's the concern for me. Hey guys, I thought Leon took a kidney shot, and not much else to it if that's all it is. Well, now Mr. Boxer over there, Deck, has probably taken a few kidney shots. If you take a good one to the kidneys, how long does it take to heal up?
The first thing I'll tell you is a good kidney shot. It feels like your body gets hit with a volt of batteries. That's the best way I can describe it. Like it feels like electricity goes through your entire body. You can't move your legs. Your insides feel like they don't work. Like it's something I'll never be able to describe, which is why I tell everyone who watches boxing and they think these guys take dives, everyone should get hit in the kidney once, get hit in the liver once before you can really make that call on those types of hits. How long it takes to recover? The kidney is a lot worse than the liver. A kidney can take a couple more weeks. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to speculate on it. I'll leave it at that. It's not somewhere I want to be hit.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it would be hard in hockey because, to really, like, when you're talking a boxing punch, like, some guys are aiming there, right? Like, that it's going to cause you some pain. So we'll see. Anyway, everybody have a great weekend. Get down here to Edmonton, KUBOTA, 156th Street, 128th Ave. You have tonight till 7, tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Stop in. Great food, even better deals. All discounts are in addition to KUBOTA's spring programs. You're going to double your savings in most cases. Get down here tomorrow for tractors, front-end loaders, and more. On behalf of Declan Kruger, Connor Halley, and all of our guests, thanks so much for joining us. This is the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. We'll get to the comment and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by your Alberta GMC dealers, where you can get up to $5,300 catch purchase credit on a 2024 Sierra, $1,500 Denali Ultimate. Plus, eligible Costco members can receive a $1,200 bonus on select trucks right now at all Alberta GMC dealers. Be safe. Don't drink and drive. Here's Connor Halley. Have a great weekend.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day, the Edmonton Oilers back in action tonight, trying to get back into their series with the Vancouver Canucks. That'll get going at around 8:20. Pre-game coverage. You got pregame with Bordsey, of course, on the Oilers Nation YouTube channel. And right now, after 20 minutes, Panthers lead the Bruins 1-0. That series tied at 1 game apiece in the association. You got the Knicks and Pacers. Right now, Pacers up by 1 with 7 minutes left in the second quarter. That series currently being led by the Knicks, 2-0. At 7:30, the Nuggets in Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves. Minnesota up 2-0 there. Major League Baseball, the Jays in action right now, tied with the Twins at 1 apiece in the bottom of the third. These two teams will meet over the weekend. Both games can be heard right here on Sports 1440 tomorrow at 1, Sunday at 11:30 a.m. Elsewhere, you got the Diamondbacks trailing the Orioles 2-1. Yankees up on the Rays 1-0. Tigers have a 2-0 lead over the Astros, and the Cubs behind the Pirates 2-1. That one, though, just in the bottom of the first. Still to come tonight, Brewers host the Cards, Rangers in Denver taking on the Rockies, Angels hosting the Royals, Dodgers up against the Padres, and the Mariners meeting the Athletics. You also have the Reds heading to San Francisco. WHL League Championship tonight, the Portland Winterhawks hosting Moose Jaw. That gets going at 8 o'clock, game 1 there. And in the BCHL Alberta Division Final, it kicks off tonight out in Sherwood Park at the Sherwood Park Arena with the Crusaders hosting the Brooks Bandits. That'll do it for us here on the Jason Gregor Show. We've got Turf Sports coming up next, followed by Fox Sports Radio at 9, and then the Saturday Sports set up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
It's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
The Toronto Blue Jays are on Sports 1440. Every weekend, catch all the action with play-by-play announcer Ben Schulman. The Blue Jays, this Saturday and Sunday on Sports 1440. Edmonton's home for all things sports.
Christensen Communities, the name in active adult living. Enjoy retirement living without compromise. At Christensen, we understand that each lifestyle is unique. We are committed to providing choice through optional dining, personal services, recreation programs, and care plans to suit your current and future needs. Enjoy maintenance-free living and build new friendships in a safe, independent community. Large suites with full kitchens and in-suite laundry, on-site amenities, and so much more. Find out more today about our communities across the province at cdlhomes.com.
The full-service provider of heavy haul transportation and rigging at the highest level. Next Gen Transportation.
We're developing new and innovative ways to transport oversized and overweight equipment to remote and challenging locations.
Our Next Gen team leads with a wealth of experience and expertise. But most importantly, we put safety first so everyone gets home safely.
We also take great pride in supporting our local community programs and teams. Good luck to everyone this season and in the year ahead.
Visit nextgentransportation.com.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sale.